look, streaming open. Good afternoon and good evening. I'd like to welcome you all to the Poulsbo City Council meeting of May 6, 2026. Poulsbo is committed to being a welcoming, diverse, equitable community where all people can access tools and opportunities to improve their quality of life, allowing them to reach their full potential. And during this meeting, the Poulsbo City Council will use that lens to inclusively view its discussions and actions. And on that note, those who can, please stand and join the City Council in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The land acknowledgement tonight will be read by my council colleague, Deputy Alternate Mayor Britt Livedall.
Thank you, Mayor. Poulsbo is located on the ancestral lands of the indigenous Squamish people, for whom this place was known as Tuktuk Lots, or the land of the vine maples. In 1854, Chief Siakt said, "Every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long vanished."
Thank you, Britt. Well done. Council, tonight, with the agendas before you, there are no amendments by the city to the agenda. Unless I hear otherwise from council, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next item is our public comment period. We will call multiple times for public comment. You're invited to come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council. If you could share your name and address, that would be helpful for our records. And then we'll have a second period of public comments at the end of the long council meeting. There's both a business agenda up here. Then we take a short break. We go down to the tables in front of you, and that's our study workshop. At the end of that workshop, we'll have an additional period of public comment. Oral comments can be made in person, and if you would therefore, anyone wishing to make a comment who's not otherwise being recognized tonight, there are a number of you who will be especially called out under recognition. But if you have a comment from the public, please step to the podium. Thank you.
Just like where I live in town, or my name is Lacey. I live up right across from the high school in Poulsbo. I am here today at the advisement of the water department. They said this is the only way I can make a change, or at least bring it up to you guys. So my thing is with the water department, so I'm a renter. I rent and I pay my water, and somebody else owns the house. So, you know, as times have gotten hard with like money, sometimes you need to move payments or pay them on a different schedule. The thing, an issue I have with the water department is that they seem to be unwilling to work with renters versus homeowners. I've been told, oh, I could do that for the homeowner, but not for you. The struggle is then the water gets shut off. Then I have to pay $80 extra to turn it back on when it could have just not been shut off for like 12 hours. Like usually it's, so this is going to happen again tomorrow. I have a shut off. I get paid on Friday. They're not willing to work with me to let them be paid on Friday. So that's just a little upsetting, and I would like to see some change in the financial like way that the city works, like with the water department or whatever public different departments there are. It seems like they're made for the homeowners and not for the renters, and you're just gonna make all the poor people have to leave town. So I guess that's all I wanted to bring up.
Normally, we don't respond, but given your pressing nature and what you're addressing here, and that's a reason we do ask for names and addresses so we can be more specific in our responses. I will direct that concern to City Administrator Rob Gelder, and he can get back to you on any clarification, and he can do it in fairly short order. So we appreciate you bringing that concern to our immediate attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And how would I find out more information on how that goes after?
Again, City Administrator Rob Gelder, when you have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And calling for, again, any public comment. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Gustafson. I live in Poulsbo, but not in the actual real city. My public comment has to do with the pride flags, the quantity that there will be, and the concern that the last 2 years it's been the same quantity from what I know. And it's a really good statement to have for inclusive thing and also for our whole community. And I would really like to make sure that it stays the same between the 3 years and not start pulling back things. It wasn't that long ago where the flags were cut, and we're in a good role right now to make sure that that doesn't happen again, because it did not happen last year. So I'm pleading with you to please keep them. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is noted as business agenda item 9A for those in the audience, and calling for public comment. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Pam Keeley. I live in Lions Park in Poulsbo. And I want to thank John for his request about the support for the pride flags. And I want to say that this month, this meeting every year has now become a thing of dread for me. And in a way, Pride Month has become a month of dread because of the escalation that we see in hate talk toward the LGBTQ community, the threats, the attacks in public. I don't know if Mrs. Nordley is going to come to the house again this summer and tell me not to be gay. A man was taken from the Silverdale 76 station this morning at 9 o'clock, an immigrant who's now in the Tacoma Detention Center. The proliferation and the comfort that we're feeling around us out in our regular world is so stressful. It's so painful. And so anything that you can do, including the banners, including the public statements, are really helpful to us. But we want you to do more, please, to address the state of hate, at least here in Poulsbo. Thank you.
And thank you. And calling for public comment.
Hello, my name is Angela Lujan. I reside in Silverdale off of Spirit Court, but I was a business owner here in Poulsbo for over 5 years, running a private practice as a mental health therapist. I am also secretary of Poulsbo Pride. I wanted to share a comment as I want to discuss again the item of the Poulsbo Pride flags and encouraging that they be hung and the importance of this. we received a message from a community member that says, just as we are reestablishing Poulsbo Pride, says, wow, I am a native of Poulsbo and never thought that I would see a post like this. As I am a gay individual that was raised in Poulsbo, I am proud of what the city has become. Congrats on the Pride event. We had it if we had it back in the day, that would have meant a lot to me. Pride means a lot to our community, especially in this time of day when a lot of individuals don't feel safe. They don't feel safe to be out. They don't feel safe to be heard. They don't feel safe to be seen because there's a lot of discrimination. And a simple thing as a pride flag means a great deal to feel safe just to walk on a street, to say, I am seen, I am heard, and I don't have to necessarily come out and say, hey, I'm queer. I'm just seen because this flag hangs above a business or on a street where I was raised, where I was born, how I operate a business, whatever that message might be. So I encourage you to continue to hang those in fashion, please. Thank you.
Let me express on behalf of the city council, again, normally council doesn't respond to comments, but I'm sure they're deeply listening and very much appreciative of all the comments here tonight. And it's especially appreciated this kind of public outreach. No matter where you stand on issues and what your feelings are, we are reflective as a body of our population, and this is very much appreciated. On that note, I'll call again for any other public comment. And a last time for public comment. And again, there'll be that opportunity at the very end of the meeting a few hours from now. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we're going to have mayor's report and council comments. I have a rather extensive list for mayor's reports. We haven't met in about 3 weeks, especially large break, so I need to get the council caught up. But to begin with, we're going to have a proclamation to declare May 2026 Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And here to assist the city with the reading of that proclamation, I'll call on Councilwoman Pam Crow. Pam, if you would.
Certainly. Whereas we want to recognize the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Americans into the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. Whereas the Asian Americans and Pacific Islander community continues to make valuable contributions to all areas of Poulsbo, including business, arts, and sciences, government, medicine, education, and law enforcement. Whereas groups like Asian Pacific Directors Coalition, APDC, were established to influence and advocate for policies, systems, and investments for the benefit of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, a.N. HPI community and other communities of color. Whereas as we observe the achievements and contributions of the Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders that enrich our history, society, and culture, subsequently, we need to acknowledge the challenges and struggles of the a.N. HPI experience in America, including structural discrimination, prejudice, and injustice. Whereas in recognition of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we honor the AANHPI individuals and organizations who live and work in the city of Poulsbo, improving the quality of life for all. Now, therefore, Mayor Ed Stern of the city of Poulsbo, Washington, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Poulsbo, and encourage all citizens to join him in recognizing the important initiative dated the 22nd of April, 2026.
Councilwoman Crow, that's much appreciated. Gary and Kimmy, I noticed you came in. I'm not sure it's coincidental, but we want to honor all Asian Americans and all our diversity here in the city of Poulsbo, throughout Kitsap County, and truly the United States of America. So thank you very much for the reading of that proclamation. The next item on our agenda is 5B, and it's Parks and Recreation Volunteer Recognition. I will be conducting that at the podium and assisted by Rachel Cornette. And just for my council colleagues and the public to understand, we celebrated at Fish Park Earth Day, and that was combined with Volunteer Recognition Week. Truly, it's a whole month, but we focused on that. And there was an honoring at the amphitheater, if you've ever been to that, of course, at Fish Park. We wanted to follow up with personal recognitions again tonight in front of the public that only a council meeting can afford. So with the council's indulgence, I'll exit to go to the podium and be joined by our own extraordinary Parks and Rec Department employee, Rachel Cornette. Rachel, if you come stand. Thank you for lending her, Parks Director Jeff Osmick. We're going to do these one at a time in order to give everyone the recognition that they are due. And I'm going to take it in the order it's presented here. So first, I'd like to call up Margaret Hudson, if she could come join us, please. It's great to see you again, Margaret.
It's pretty well.
Thank you. So Margaret and I and Rachel don't have to get a sunburn this time. And it was a beautiful day at Fish Park for Earth Day. Margaret, we are pleased to recognize you for your dedicated support of our senior wellness programs, the Senior Task Force. Margaret has consistently recruited participants, promotes services, and helps coordinate activities that strengthen our offerings. Margaret plays an active role in the task force discussions, helping identify needs and shape initiatives that benefit older adults. Her reliability, warmth, and commitment have made a lasting difference for our team and those we serve. And I also want to recognize Margaret for her service on the Parks and Recreation Commission. Much appreciated. And what we have for you tonight, and if you would join me here, it reads Margaret Hudson, Volunteer Spotlight Award, Senior Task Force, presented in recognition of your dedicated service and leadership. Thank you for all that you have done, and on behalf of the city of Poulsbo, if you join me in applause for Margaret Hudson. You step out over here. Thank you, thank you. This is the best way to celebrate Volunteer Recognition Week and month. We should do it every council meeting. I'd like to call up Dr. Carl Osteller and the Leo Club, if there's anyone here joining you tonight. Carl. Okay.
Lots of homework, I think.
The city of Poulsbo extends our appreciation to Dr. Carl Osteller and the Leo Club for their outstanding service and youth leadership. As liaison to the Poulsbo Lions Club, Dr. Osteller works closely with the North Kitsap School District, faculty advisor, to mentor students and encourage meaningful community involvement. Under his guidance, Leo members contribute to park work parties. Yes, kids learn that work is a party and it's fun. That alone is worthy of a recognition. He event support beautification projects, the Wreaths Across America program, and many other efforts. Their enthusiasm, reliability, and commitment to helping others, and I'm speaking of the entire Lions Club that Dr. Carl Osteller represents, continue to make a significant difference in our community. And I have to add that Dr. Osteller is a founding member in 2003 of the Fish Park Steering Committee. And through the work with the Leos Club under the Lions, Leos for the Youth, he has set up the programs at North Kitsap High School, at Poulsbo Middle School, Kingston High School, including the youth development and more programs than I can recite here. And I want to thank you, Dr. Osteller. And reading from the award, Dr. Carl Osteller, Volunteer Spotlight Award, including for Leo's Club, presented in recognition of your dedicated service and leadership. Thank you for all you have done for the city of Poulsbo, its citizens, and especially, Doctor, for its youth. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I hope they don't find you at Lions Club for that. The service clubs in this community and throughout the United States have this unique way of fundraising at all their meetings, anywhere from $1 fine up to what you name it. Let no good deed go unpunished. Am I right? That's the motto up there. I am next going to call on Laura Plath. Laura, if you would come forward. Great. Did it for you. Make her day. We proudly recognize Laura Plath for her exceptional work supporting our gardeners. She has devoted countless hours to coordinating maintenance, communicating with plot holders, and repairing more than a dozen boxes. And I'm referring to the pea patch at Robb Park that I walk by every day with my miniature German Schnauzer. So I'm able to keep a close eye on her tremendous work. Laura is a natural problem solver who approaches each task with care and follow through, ensuring gardeners have what they need to thrive. Her dedication, initiative, steady presence are, you know what, deeply appreciated. Thank you. And I'll read from the plaque. Laura Plath, Volunteer Spotlight Award, Pea Patch Coordinator, presented in recognition of your dedicated service and leadership. Thank you for all that you have done for the city of Poulsbo, for its citizens, and for its gardeners.
And the dog walker.
And the dog walkers. Congratulations. There you go. He's doing his best. You got it. Thank you. Last but not least, Mary Swoboda Grow. We have spent a lot of time here recently, including the Parks and Rec Commission last week, which I'm giving away her cover. In addition to many other roles, she serves as chair of our Parks and Rec Commission and does a tremendous job. We are grateful, Mary, for your exceptional leadership as chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission and co-chair of the Poulsbo Pollinator Project. Through the Pollinator Project, Mary has helped plan, plant, and care for hundreds of pollinator-friendly spaces throughout the city, enhancing natural habitats and creating inviting areas for residents, including right through this wall against Moe Street, a beautiful pollinator garden. As commission chair, she provides steady guidance, and I saw that in action because we had to understand and survive and process park impact fees, which went on for quite a while. As commission chair, she provides steady guidance, supports subcommittees, helps advance key parks and recreation initiatives, including her meaningful work with the Senior Task Force. Mary's dedication and collaborative spirit continue to strengthen our work and inspire others, and certainly inspires we, the City Council, and the Mayor, and we are so grateful. Please join me, Mary. Thank you. And this plaque from the City of Poulsbo reads Mary Swoboda Grow, Volunteer Spotlight Award, presented in recognition of your dedicated service and leadership. Thank you for all you have done, are doing, and will do for the City of Poulsbo. Mary, we're deeply appreciative.
Thanks so much.
And around for all our volunteers. And we appreciate Rachel, what a tremendous job. So we're going to continue with mayor's report and council comments. And I'm going to start with the city council. And I think we have Doug Newell attending remotely. Is he there up on the screen? Doug, You may be up on the screen, but you're not last and least. Why don't we start with you tonight? Any council comments you want to share?
The first one is it's kind of interesting being larger than life behind you there, Mayor. I'm not certain that projection has to be quite so large. Apologies for not being in person, all that beautiful weather. Somehow I caught a cold, but that's all I have for this evening. Hopefully, I'll see you guys in person next week.
You get well, Doug. We appreciate that. And now starting to my left, Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick. Michael, good evening to you.
Good evening, Mayor. It's nice to be back at the dais with you all. It's been a few weeks. We've missed being able to see the community on a weekly basis. And I want to thank the people who made a public comment tonight for your reflections. I will have some thoughts to share a little bit later when we get to item A of our business agenda on the request before the council to renew the pride flags downtown. But I wanted to say for the community's benefit and for my colleagues' benefit that I learned that our videos for the council goes back to about 2023. And so I've been slowly watching my way through past meetings. And so I've had an opportunity to watch the conversations, the public comment, the council's discussions around when the pride flags were introduced in 2023 and again in 2024, and including that lamentable event when they were slashed in June of that year. And then I was here for the conversation last year. So I'm grateful to be here as a representative of the community for the conversation tonight. The other thing I wanted to say is we have quite a few businesses that are opening or about to open here in Poulsbo, and I just really celebrate their efforts. So if you haven't been over to the Send Nodes plant shop that has taken over the Poulsbo Bohemian, I encourage you to do so. My wife and I spent a little bit of time there. They've really done something precious and beautiful with the place to give it life again in more ways than one. And they did not lose the coffee character of it. The Poulsbo Coffee Company is now working out of the front part of the building. And so I just want to give a shout out to Orion and Brielle and Madison for the work that they're doing there. We also have, I discovered Fjord Goods on Front Street, which has taken over the Crimson Cove and is kind of continuing the charcuterie service there. And it's fun to see a couple brothers running a storefront together. So a shout out to them. And then lastly, we do have Mother's Day this weekend. And I found out that the Nordic Fox, which is about to open, is having a Mother's Day kind of soft launch above the Eye Candy Salon. So if you are looking for somewhere else to bring that special someone for Mother's Day, I encourage people to swing by the Nordic Fox on Sunday and say hello. With that, I turn it over to you, Mayor.
Well expressed, Councilman. And again, turning to alternate Deputy Mayor Britt Livedall.
Thanks. I'm just going to keep my comments brief. I just want to address the business agenda item for pride flags real quick in case there are people who aren't able to stay to that business agenda item. But there are no intentions to reduce the number of pride flags. We ordered the number of banners in relation to how many places there are to put them here on the post downtown. And as far as I'm aware, we have plenty with extras. So there should be no reduction. And I'm, bringing this forward again this year. This is part of the process that we have to go through to work within our rights for government speech. So we do this every year, and I understand that can maybe bring some anxiety. But as long as I'm here on council, I will continue to bring it forward. That's all.
Thank you, Britt. Councilman Doug Tabor, to my left.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 quick updates. Well, first off, thank you to all of our community members for speaking. It's the primary way that we get information, and always appreciated. I was inspired by the gardener to remind everyone that we have a Scotch broom infestation, and if you can, there's plenty of opportunities to volunteer to cut down Scotch broom with different. I know different organizations. Evergreen Mountain Bike is doing a big drawing right now. Whoever can cut down the most can get up to $150 prize. Costumes and things like that are encouraged. Next, I want to shout out Poulsbo Girls Night Out that's happening right now. Over 25 participating downtown businesses with discounts and all sorts of fun things. And then a big one is the bingo card challenge at the SIP. And there's a grand prize drawing and after party at 8 p.m. So maybe maybe some of our council members will be able to make it there in time. That's it for me.
You know, Doug, your remark about, and we honor Laura tonight and her work, but you mentioned Scotch broom, and I have to share, in 1990, the Japanese ambassador to the United States brought to the Puget Sound a high-level delegation, and at that time, Seattle was soliciting investment and the normal, and they came through Kitsap County one afternoon, and they were given the grand tour, including the Navy facilities, and upon their arrival back in Seattle, and I think this was captured on Seattle TV News then, they were asked, well, what is your number one takeaway so far with all you've seen? And they said it was incredible, the beautiful yellow flowers planted along the highway in Kitsap County. So that's a true story. And they do appreciate their flowers in whatever bud it comes from, Laura. I'll turn to my right, Councilman Rick Eckert.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I remember from my son's outdoor ed at Lake Crescent, you're supposed to rip them out, not cut them though. So I'm looking at the gardeners. I think you got to get the roots out. So just a quick point, but and then just to add to what Britt said for folks, if you're not sticking around, I did let the new president Poulsbo Pride know. I am intending to introduce an amendment to that, just so folks know. It's purely logistical. I completely still support the banners. It's not any way opposition. It's just to try to make Public Works life a little easier because of the timing. So still support it. As Britt said, we'll continue to support it. It's just because 4th of July is so close to there, and I want to make Mike's life a little easier. So just in case you don't stick around, just know, still support the banners. Just want to try to make his folks not have to go out there multiple times and get up on those ladders. So just a quick point for that. Other than that, so I just wanted to share. So a couple weeks ago, I was able to do another ride along with our police department, this time on a Friday evening. My last one, when we had our law enforcement week, it was a Monday afternoon, so just a little different flavor. And just continue to be impressed by our police department, all of our officers. You know, they, as busy as they are, even when they're not busy, that was a little bit less busy afternoon. They stay busy. They're out, they're showing presence, they're in neighborhoods. We probably spent the vast majority of the 4 hours in neighborhoods, just engaging with community, even had to track down an abandoned vehicle. And then Sergeant Crippen spent time then talking with the family that owned that vehicle about some of these scams we're seeing on texts and what was real and how to avoid it and that kind of thing. And so they just, you know, a couple of traffic stops where it was just warning folks to be safe. And so our officers are just, they're out there, they're doing amazing work. We'll continue to support them. I hope the community does as well, because, you know, there's a lot of places where folks don't support their cops, and I'm proud that our city does. And so, and thanks, Chief, again, for letting me do that. It's always a fun time, and we got to listen to a very interesting call outside the city about a man being attacked by a pig. So that made a fun time as the dispatcher was relaying the information about this man being attacked by a 400-pound pig on his property. So sometimes it's just a little amusing. But what I also wanted to share is, after we did all those hours and hours of housing conversation, timing the police ride along was really, really good, because we spend so much time in neighborhoods. And so I'm looking at our neighborhoods now from a slightly different eye, driving around with Jeff. And, you know, not just, you know, okay, there's folks here. And I was kind of surprised at that time of day how many driveways were empty. And he shared about, you know, that's concerns with, you know, package theft and stuff. But one thing that kind of hit me as we did that, for driving for hours, and for the council, if you have not been up to Vinland and the new developments up there, drive up, because the speed at which they're building is unbelievable. But one thing I thought about, we talked about housing prices and availability and all that stuff at a very high level. And then we dug in, but we were thinking about theoretically, after spending 4 hours just driving around dedicated, I actually went back out the next day with my son and drove around a bit. One thing that struck me is part of why our housing in Poulsbo is expensive and housing is a bit of a desperate situation for some is because it's nice. There is not one not nice neighborhood in this city. Every neighborhood in this city is nice. They're different ages, they're different costs, expenses, but there's no neighborhood in this city that I am not happy to visit. There is no not nice part of Poulsbo. And that's every single neighborhood. And so part of it is folks just want to live here. And that's what drives some of our housing situation. Folks want to live here. That development up at Vinland, there are dirt lots where they haven't even sketched out a foundation yet, and there's sold signs on them. So it's pretty unbelievable. And then just last quick comment, weather got warm and folks have bought their kids the motorized scooters. Apparently it seems to be a lot around, and I've watched some really, really dangerous behavior on part of some kids, crossing 305 mid block, riding out with traffic like their cars. And so I just wanted to put a quick warning out. Parents, if you bought your kids scooters, make sure they understand, they got to still be safe. They got to respect the cars around them. Because when I saw kids shoot across 305 in the middle of the block, all I could think of is, thank God they made it across the road and nobody got hurt. So please tell your kids to be safe. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick, and keep those helmets on too, just like a bicycle.
Yeah.
I'm going to call on Councilwoman Pam Crow. And again, I want to thank you, Pam, for reading the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We're deeply appreciative of our many neighbors here in Poulsbo, and thank you for that. Pam?
Thank you for your comments. It's always appreciated. Just want to say that it's good to be back. A 3-week break is a bit too long. Sometimes I feel like I'm not rising to the challenge. So it's good to be back and lean back into doing what we need to do.
Thank you again, Pam. Time for mayor's reports. It's going to be a rather lengthy list, but in order to bring the council up to speed, again, as it was noted, it's been over 3 weeks since the city council meeting. And at the end of which, actually after boards and commissions, you'll actually receive a reward for putting up with me. I brought you all a reward. Up here on the dais, Michael. The first item I want to report on just happened late this afternoon. City Administrator Rob Gelder and I were able to meet with the interim president of Olympic College, the new president of the foundation, along with the executive director of the Economic Development Agency for the county. There's going to be a handoff between the interim director and a new director that will begin at mid-month June. And since we have a college campus here and it's instrumental with its allied health center, it was an opportunity for both a briefing and a dialogue about the future and how we proceed strategically with our college campuses here in Poulsbo. To report to you, and Rick just talked at length about housing. One of the components we're looking at in the coming year is workforce housing. That's an initiative in the mayor's office with called a Blue Ribbon Commission. And that first meeting and all the parties have been identified, are receiving letters of appointment this week. And that first meeting, council, will be May 19th at 3 p.m. And I will say proudly that the representative off council will be Councilman Doug Newell, who's attending remotely tonight, including his experience as the chief operating officer for Central Kitsap School District during a multi-million-dollar length of time where Central Kitsap High School was built, the auditorium, managing the financing, the bond issue, and that's an important skill in addition to be the eyes and ears for the council in those meetings. Here's one I'm particularly tickled by, and I talked about last year running for mayor, was the hope to see a July 4th event restored to our community. And we had that comment from the public at our own podium about a month and a half ago, where she commented, it's the 250th of our country and we're not doing anything. And so that prompted an ad hoc group coming together, including Viking Fest, the Chamber and Historic Downtown Poulsbo Association, for a time the Yacht Club, the Sons of Norway, the Port of Poulsbo, the Rotary Club of Poulsbo, and finally the Poulsbo Historical Society in addition, and have been meeting Mondays here in the building to see what can be done. And you'll be seeing a lot more detail on this, but right now what's planned is a July 4th old-fashioned family picnic at Waterfront Park. It will be promoted and there'll be material on it. It's envisioned as a picnic from 2 to 6 p.m. with live bands. We're going to commence a few days early the summer concert series that the City of Poulsbo sponsors. And that will be that Saturday with 2 different bands. There'll be dancing involving the public and lots of other activities. I don't want to give it away. Whether there's going to be an activity in the evening or not remains to be seen. But the good news here is there will be a July 4th event, and maybe it can become a tradition again in the community. July 4th specifically, because there are July 4 events in Kingston, on Bainbridge Island, and in the other surrounding communities, and will enable us, unlike the old July 3rd event, to keep it much more local, much smaller, and much more community focused. So I'm excited about that. You'll be hearing more on it shortly. We had the dedication for Arbor Day at Waterfront Park, the south end of Muriel Iverson Waterfront Park, where the trees came down, had to be brought down because they were girdled and represented a danger to the community. The tree board joined me and the Parks Department in a dedication of vine maples. You heard Britt this evening read the land acknowledgement, referring to Chief Seattle by his Lushootseed name, and the place of Poulsbo's name in their tradition was Tuktuklots, which means the place of the vine maples. So guess what was planted at the south end of Waterfront Park? In addition to many other trees and specimens, a big focus on vine maples. It used to be here thousands of years. The Old Man House at Suquamish, the largest longhouse in the entire Salish Sea, that's measured from Olympia up to Canada, was right here 5 miles away, direct pathways connecting to what is Liberty Bay. And for some reason, over those thousands of years, the maples thrived here around this bay like no other place. So extremely fitting and a nice way to honor our tree board and Arbor Day. And again, I want to thank Rachel Cornette for assisting me with that. Thank you very much. The Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center was dedicated. That goes all the way back to our emergency director, Dan Schoonmaker, in the back of the room, and many before him, up to and including Carla Boughton. And we had a large group in attendance there. I think we must have had 24 golden shovels, if memory serves me right, because so many people have pitched in over the years to see that come to fruition. And so that's going to be built, is now being built immediately adjacent to Olympic College and Western Washington University campuses, about a 10-acre development of ball fields and related facilities to support them, about $16 million. And when that comes online next year, will be a regional facility that can host events like we had many years ago, the Viking Cup soccer tournament, where they came from all around the state of Washington. So a lot of hope, and certainly the college students will be able to avail themselves as well. So I want to thank everyone who made it to the dedication ceremony, and thank this council and previous councils for their unwavering support for what felt like an interminable period of time to put together that funding and bring it to reality. So I thank each and every one of you for that. There's been an ad hoc, multimodal, those who have been involved in our Complete Streets program, focusing on bicycling. And that came together. It's a ad hoc group. We rode bicycles around eastern part of Poulsbo, this side of the bay, looking at what could be designated arterial bicycle paths that would be clearly marked, inviting people both how to circumference Poulsbo if you're on the Sound to Olympics Trail, and also to invite those to come downtown without having to compete head-on with cars. There will be a second, we do this on bicycles. Any of you are invited to join us. I'll give you the date if you express an interest, but that's really driven by the bicycle community, their formal organizations and interested citizens, and goes hand in glove with the effort to create more capacity downtown. Not everything, as you all know, are cars. Bicycles and what's called multimodal, all the various ways to transport, not including vehicles. So I want to share that. I've been meeting with a series of housing organizations, HOAs. I met with Baywatch on a Sunday afternoon, brought along, and I thank Kitsap Public Utility District Manager Angela Bentic for taking a Sunday afternoon off, not only to discuss the Baywatch matters of that community right off Highway 305, but also the opportunity for them to receive public fiber broadband. So I've been doing that work. The Parks and Trails Foundation, I don't know if Jeff's going to comment on that, but that has been formed up very similar to the now existent Police Foundation. These are not directly under the city, but are formed by interested citizens who bring skill sets to support the underlying function within the community. In one case, the police, and in the other, our parks and trails. And I will share with you, your past colleague on City Council, Ken Thomas, has agreed to chair the Parks and Trails Foundation, being joined by a number of other folks, and we're very pleased with that. And again, they are independent of the city, but coordinated with the city. Jeff might speak to us a little more on that in department head comments. And I will add, Chief Ron Harding has his own foundation for the police department. And tomorrow, if you would make a note, the foundation, not the police department itself, but the foundation is having their foundation luncheon, the first of what's hoped to be many, as a fundraiser tomorrow, serving lunch from 11 to 1 p.m. for the public at Gateway Church. And there's sandwiches and the ticket price. The donation, I think, is $15. Come get your lunch, support the Park Foundation. Britt?
I think 15 was the early bird pricing. I think it's set. It's 20 at the door now.
So nobody quote me at 15, and you can blame the chief that it costs 20.
No, definitely not the chief. Maybe the board.
Thank you, Brett. All said in good fun, and the effort to raise money is done in good fun for a very serious function here in the city to support our police department. So we thank the new foundation for that. Finishing up my list, the city of Gig Harbor, specifically Mayor Mary Barber, and the city administrator, Katrina Knudsen, the equivalent of our Rob Gelder, the head of their Housing, Health, and Human Services, just a single individual, and their new community development director, but no stranger to us in Kitsap County, the name Eric Baker. For many years, the special coordinator for the county commission at the commissioner's level is now their community development director. We toured all of the facilities this council has invested in. The Nelson House for Recovery. We saw the Nordic Cottages, the Recovery Resource Center, and we had a lunch there, and Kim and Rob were able to detail what we're doing. And it just reinforced that what this council is invested in, and certainly under the original initiative of past Mayor Becky Erickson, we are one of the leaders in social services. We punch above our weight. In this case, it has nothing to do that we're a smaller city. I'll recall that our own Kim Hendrickson helped stand up the programs at the city of Seattle as their invited special volunteer coordinator all those years ago. And so the city of Gig Harbor was expressly interested in what we've done here, and we were able to demonstrate it. And I suggested to the good mayor, Mayor Mary, that Poulsbo and Gig Harbor have so much in common, like twin bookends on either end of the Kitsap Peninsula. Never mind what county they're in. Both began as historical fishing villages, grew organically from that heart, now enjoy pretty robust development, on a small city level. They're about the same population as we are. And I would ask this council that we might want to explore an ongoing relationship specifically with Gig Harbor. They have a bridge connection to the metropolitan corridor, and we have a ferry connection to the metropolitan corridor. Both are highly desirable places to live, as Councilman Eckert illustrated in his remarks. So I think in terms of not just an honorary sister city relationship, but one where we match up real well, we might want to consider some form of relationship to learn from each other with the city of Gig Harbor. Finally, as I mentioned at the podium, attended the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. Specifically, it was impact fees, and it went on for some hours. It was highly detailed. It was a forerunner of what's coming to this council. It is time to review our impact fees, both park, transportation, and now we have before us the question of a fire impact fee. My mayor reports, and once I get to board and commission, you'll receive your reward for putting up with me. So on that note, let me start with board and commission reports, and let's again start with remote attendance with Councilman Doug Newell. Doug, anything to report as far as parks and boards and commissions?
Nothing this evening.
And Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, I have one thing to share. So I'm going to be working with members of the North Kitsap School Board to come up with potential discussion items for a full meeting between the city and the school board. But at their last meeting, they talked about their 20-year plan and where they are with facilities maintenance. And it was a really interesting and lengthy conversation. And I was interested in it because it's the first time they've really responded publicly in the wake of the bond failure for Pearson. And so there's kind of a question now that they've tried to run 2 levies and neither of them have succeeded. And so my sense is that there's still not a consensus on the school board of what to do. They're sort of weighing 2 different possible futures. One is that they try to keep all 6 schools functioning and maybe run a 3rd levy attempt with better messaging or better timing. Mm-hmm. The other option is to start considering whether or not to go down to 5 schools in the district and what that could potentially look like. There was a 3rd option that got floated, and that option was whether or not to reopen Bridalblick and maybe start looking to phase Pearson out. So I'm sharing this in part because these are major conversations that I really think the community should be aware of. If you're not paying attention to the school board conversations, I would definitely get involved if this is something that you have concern about. But I think we as the city should be thinking about the challenges that they're facing. At one point in the conversation, they said that the work that would be required to save Pearson in the long run would be somewhere close to $40 million. That's a lot of money. So they're facing substantial challenges and big conversations, and I look forward to kind of seeing where they go from here.
You are spot on, Councilman Fitzpatrick. And fortunately, we have a very deep bench of school district experience and knowledge here. To my right, Councilman Rick Eckert, a long-time serving school board member himself before he came on council. I already referenced Doug Newell, who's attending remotely. Councilman Newell, his deep work with the Central Kitsap School District, and now Michael Fitzpatrick acting as liaison, and thank you for that, and would welcome a joint meeting. I can illustrate your point. I mentioned the Parks and Recreation Commission undertook a lengthy discussion in order to be able to recommend to the council certain pathways with park impact fees. Traditionally, we've had park impact fees, transportation, and school impact fees. Guess what's gone away in North Kitsap and Bainbridge Island? They're not eligible any longer for impact fees because they're not growing. In fact, they're shrinking because as the housing prices rise, the younger families, the workforce, and many others who are our economic base of stability for running businesses and shops and organizations, and in many cases, parts of the Navy, civilian side, can't afford to live here anymore. They're exiting to the south end of the county and other places where they perceive or can have cheaper housing prices. And that has dire consequences, as it's already having for Bainbridge, for Kitsap, for Poulsbo, certainly for Kitsap overall. And that is the impetus behind the Blue Ribbon Commission. I won't go into any more detail, but it's a deep dive on what we can do to develop models that are feasible for workforce housing in Poulsbo.
And I'll just add what folks, some of what we're seeing at these elementary schools too, is some of these schools were built when not only the educational funding model was different, but the concept was different, and pre-Growth Management Act. So building schools like Bridalblick and Pearson, they were built out to be neighborhood schools in areas with the idea that, you kept schools small and close. But then when the growth management, and eventually you might grow in, but then the Growth Management Act came along and said, but we're not going to grow there. And so what it's done is it's forced growth into the city, where we have 2 elementary schools, and then we have these 2 that are kind of on the outskirts. And what's happened is, like you said, we don't have impact fees coming in because the population is decreasing, but yet we have a 50-year-old elementary school sitting out on the outskirts outside the city. And so that's part of Pearson's problem, is it's the oldest building, but it's located outside the growth area. So it's difficult. Bridalblick, kind of the same. It's a nice location, but it's not the location where any growth is occurring in the city and the county. The growth is here. And so, yes, some districts have had to close schools. If you look at Central, there's one of their former elementary schools that's a community center now. As you head out west, in the western part of the district, it's, and it's most of the school's gone, but the gym and some of the area around the gym was preserved and turned into a community center. I've been to a farmer's market out that way. So districts have to really look at what they can afford, and sometimes keeping buildings. So yeah, that's a hard conversation, and I don't wish it on them. I'm glad, we didn't have to have it at that point when I was there, but it was coming. That's one of the reasons why we were looking at bonds and levies, is we knew this was coming, and we were trying to fix the school before it happened. But one thing folks also need to know is, building a school, like you quoted 40 million, building a school is not like building a house. It's not like building a store. We were quoted routinely on Kitsap Peninsula $1,000 a square foot to build a school, because schools are not built like commercial properties, and they're not built like a house. So they're very, very expensive to build. So it's a tough situation.
Councilman Eckert mentioned at the top of his impromptu remarks that the population's growing. But yes, it's true generally, especially for adults and seniors and those who are relatively well-to-do. The population of students is precipitously dropping because workforce families can't afford to live here. And so it's important to understand that distinction. On Bainbridge, it's gone much further than that. And we'd like to try to draw the line here and not lose that vitality of the mix of classes and ages and folks that make Poulsbo vibrant. So, Michael, good job stirring the hornet's nest. We appreciate that. I almost want to call on Doug Newell because of his experience with the school district, but unless he volunteers itself, I will turn slowly to Councilwoman Britt Livedall. Britt, any boards, commissions, outside agency reports?
I have nothing. No.
And Mr. Tabor? And Mr. Eckert?
As we have our meeting with Suquamish next week, as a reminder. So it's Tuesday, I believe. And then with the Parks Foundation, just note, we have the ad hoc ARC committee is meeting. And so I know it was something they were talking about. So we stand ready to assist if they need that assistance from the council. We're there already meeting, so we can assist in that way.
Good.
Yeah, let's see what that.
And Pam, any board, commission, outside agency? And Doug Newell, feel free to step in on the school board conversation, but any board, commission, or outside agency from your perspective?
Nothing to add at this time.
Thank you, Doug. I had a series of meetings, Health District, Housing Kitsap, Kitsap Transit, CENTCOM 911, that's our central radio dispatch for all fire and police in the county. My takeaways, I would say, and I think I shared this, Health District, we had the fallout of St. Michael's Hospital closing their pediatric rehab. There isn't much to be done about that. That's driven by financial models beyond our control. But we continue at the Health District to keep track of what is becoming a diminishing amount of health services at that level throughout the county. And it looks like that trend's going to continue. And then just to switch to Kitsap Transit and touch on the fact the FIFA football, which we call soccer in America, is coming within about a month. And the impact is pretty darn big. Whereas we're not gearing up in Poulsbo for anything more than spillover. In other words, we're not hosting unique events. Our hotels are booked up. Britt, you would probably have a good idea if anything's happening in the Airbnb and other level. And you might want to speak to that. The one part I wanted to share to Kitsap Transit, we have the bus route number 390, which is to the Seattle Ferry to Poulsbo. That will be running until midnight for the majority of time surrounding events in Seattle because of the demand for housing and the spinoff of visitation we will be experiencing in Poulsbo. Just because we don't have a specific event, we want to be prepared for that. Britt, did you want to, any remarks about visitation?
I mean, nothing really specific. June, July, August are always busy times, so it's a little hard to suss out what's what, but I know that on a broad level, bookings aren't as high as maybe proprietors were warned to prepare for. And I mean, this tournament's taking place all across the country, so maybe different markets are experiencing it different ways. But you know, I'm certainly seeing plenty of bookings in June and into July. So you know, but yeah, we'll see what the crowds are like. It's going to be interesting.
A lengthy reports tonight. They will receive a reward at Kitsap Transit. County Commissioner Katie Walters shared with, and I prevailed on her to give me enough for all of you. This is the official soccer scarf for the county, for its visitors. On the one end, it has the official design for Kitsap to 2026, a ferry boat and a soccer ball. On the other end, it honors Kitsap County. And on the inside is every community within the county listed, including the unincorporated communities and Poulsbo itself. So are you ready for your reward, City Council? 2 from that end. And 4 for this end, 3. And what we can do is Councilman McVey's and Councilman Newell's we can put on eBay. What do you think? Okay, that was a joke. Kidding. So enjoy, and that is sponsored by, in large measure, the Kitsap Board of Commissioners. But at Kitsap Transit, they are gearing up and making quite a few system improvements to accommodate what are expected to be the crowds. Specifically, Bremerton has a fan zone, and I think there are only 7 or 8 fan zones in the entire state where it's designated with a large screen and there'll be activities. The downtown Quincy Square area is one of the FIFA designated fan zones for the entire state. So they will have a pretty big impact, undoubtedly. City administrator and department head comments. Thank you for putting up with lengthy reports this evening. And I'll start with City Administrator Rob Gelder.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things just to keep you abreast of.
In response to Senate Bill 6002 or 6002, which is the bill that addresses automatic license plate readers, we are in the process of working with our vendor. As they do utilize a certain amount of technology, we are making sure that we run all the appropriate trap lines as it pertains to data retention, and sort of audit trails, et cetera, that are now required as part of that legislation. So that is moving forward, and we'll have more to share with you in the future if need be. But also when it comes to parking, because what meeting is complete without talking about parking? That is, we are in the process. We decided that it would be prudent to actually look at several different platforms for the paid side of things. So we have scheduled demos or with 3 different vendors with everyone's schedules, we couldn't get those scheduled until the middle of the month. So it is very likely that we will, in our selection and bringing a contract forward, if need be, to council, that we won't be going live on June 1st. So just wanted to give you a quick heads up on that.
May I interject? Is there more to report on parking? City
No,
Administrator?
I was going to shift topics.
So if I could, I want to interject and try for the first time as mayor to earn my last name and have a quick dialogue with council and be not stern, but clear. The paid parking model, which I was not in favor of, but I'm committed to implementing this council's policies 100%, as is your staff. City Administrator Gelder, City Planner Heather Wright, Police Chief Ron Harding. The point of that preface is to say the council has given this city a policy, and we are running with that policy. What I'm concerned about is that every time there seems to be a dialogue with the public or a business, someone's making from the council a well-intentioned recommendation, if not a suggestion of a tweak or change in that policy. And it's making it very difficult for the staff to be able to implement that policy. And I just want to clarify, we are running with your policy 100%, have no doubt about that. But we need some breathing room to allow staff to finish building that model per your policy. There'll be ample opportunity to review and comment, but right now they need space to deal with the implementation. And I assure you, they're the first to be responsive to feedback, communication, other feedback loops. And if the council could try to refrain or at least be organized in the feedback that's coming back, suggesting tweaking your own policy is not helping the implementation of the paid parking. So I just want to share that, and I appreciate the council's indulgence on that. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last point, I just wanted to give council a little bit of a heads up in that I don't usually talk about municipal court very often, but there is a case management software that they utilize, which is coming to its life end, as a lot of different softwares do. The administrative office of the court, their replacement platform has not been going well. And so we are trying to find other alternatives to do that. The platform that was adopted by the Kitsap County District Court is called Journal. And there's an opportunity for us to piggyback on that. And if we are actually able to sign up at a similar time as other jurisdictions, we are able to lower our costs. So I share that with you because we may need to come to council at some point in time to make a commitment this year in order to lock in a rate, but we wouldn't be making an expenditure until 2027. So I just wanted to give you a quick heads up about that. It would be a platform that is tested and is working and connects with the state systems that it needs to share information with, et cetera. But just a quick heads up, and we'll keep you posted.
Anything else to report, Rob? So turning next to Josh Rain, City Engineering Department. Good evening, Josh.
Yeah, good evening. Just a couple quick construction updates. You already talked a little bit about the perk. We're excited that it's under construction. I think Jeff's going to maybe briefly talk about it as well. But I just did want to reiterate, since it is under construction, it's been a popular dog walking, pedestrian walking location, just to be mindful of that construction that's happening. We have had some intermittent blocking of the trail that connects to Erdall Meadows. We are working with the contractor while they were falling the trees in the area for safety reasons that had to be temporarily blocked, that neighborhood connection trail. But we are working to maintain that connection and keep it open during construction now that they've got the trees removed in that area. So just wanted to bring that to the public's attention, as well as I mentioned Knoll Road. If you guys haven't been up there on the north segment, it's nearing completion. Final striping will be next week. So the roundabout elements are complete, our raised crosswalks are complete, and about 90% of the landscaping is in place, and it is looking really great right now. So that's all I've got.
And I think most of you have been up there to see Languinette, the roundabout, the extension punching through to Lincoln. I've ridden on both bicycle with the ad hoc Complete Streets group and in the car. And it is just a beautiful project. The quality of work, the flow of it, the way you manage the right of way with the surrounding neighbors. My compliments to the staff, both in the city and the contractors, Josh. Really well done. Public Works Manager, Mike Lund. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. Just a couple of quick things. Number one, just to give you guys an update on the Robb Park ADU. It's coming along up there. The foundation's poured, the stem walls are poured. We got the footing drains all backfilled around there, so it's coming along. I know that they're waiting to get everybody on board, and the walls will be delivered, and it'll start looking like something here pretty soon. So that's exciting news. It is Viking Fest season, so public works crews are out and about. There's going to be a bunch of people running around, so if you see them out there, give them a little bit of space, please. They're very busy trying to keep things going. We got the flowers up downtown, got downtown cleaned up, so it's coming. There was also there was some boards in the pavilion we replaced this week. There was a couple of soft boards, so we got those replaced this week. And also we got some concerns about broken boards on the boardwalk. We took care of those this morning. So we're going, everything's going strong. We're looking forward to a fun Viking Fest. So that's it.
Rick.
Oh, yeah, just speaking of the ADU, I was talking with Jamie at KBA at the Home Expo this weekend. And he was saying, yeah, the walls, West Sound Tech has almost completed building all the walls, and they were narrowing in on the last two contractors they needed to come in and finish that. I think it was HVAC and electrical. I think it's the two he mentioned, but he said, yeah, that KBA and the kind of that side, he was really excited about the progress of where they were at. So that was after Heather's presentation, before walking around, and so KBA is excited at least.
One more thing real quick, Josh reminded me, I want to give a huge shout out to Chinook Contractors. They did some work. They helped us out down on the pavilion. They helped tighten the turnbuckles and raise that pavilion. We shrunk that thing in by about 3 inches, tightened it all up. It's fantastic. So big shout out to Kelly and the group. That was fantastic work.
Mike, I'm glad you reminded. I had a chance to meet personally with Kelly Clark, thank him for that work, both him personally and the company. And just to tag on to Rick and the foundation on the ADU we're building, when I walked my dog Cal as part of the park stewardship program, he was extremely excited by that new foundation. So
sure.
Really well done. So turning to Parks and Rec Director Jeff Osmick.
All right, let me just show you some really great things that are happening. I'm updating this because Mike undersold what just happened with Public Works down at the pavilion, and I need to show this photo. Okay, here we go. So one moment, we're gonna hit a button, hit our button, then that's the one. I think there's a presentation tab. So we're good. There it goes. Give it a second. Come on, internet. There we go. So pretty great news. We have many reasons to celebrate in our city. We have fantastic volunteers, we have fantastic staff, and we have an amazing community. So we're inviting folks to attend a ribbon cutting. This is 3 years in the making. This is the upgrades at the Parks and Rec Center for the kitchen and classroom ribbon cutting. Why is this important? This is important, well, I'm going to skip to this one, because we offer an enormous amount of free senior programs here. So coffee classes, education series, we do, we also partner with the North Kitsap up Senior Citizen Center. They have ongoing construction at their front doors down on Front Street. They're going to be utilizing this space as well, and they've continued to. They'll be utilizing it through May because of the constructions going long. We also, and that ribbon cutting, for everybody's knowledge, if you want to take a fast photo of this, and please RSVP so we know how many people fit into this space, that's important for us. It's going to be after the 3rd annual National Senior Health and Fitness Day. And if you recall our energy level, okay, well, that should say 2026. I probably pulled the wrong email on this. But there were over 110 seniors. And there are activities throughout. It was buzzing with energy. So after the National Senior Health and Fitness Days, when the ribbon cutting is going to be, and we'd love to have you all there. And I think, Mayor, you're doing the ribbon cutting for that. And we're going to be joined by our phenomenal task force who are no longer in the audience. That's okay. All right, moving on to the next update. Ribbon cutting. These are just photos. I won't talk too much, but we ran out of shovels. There were 20 shovels. Thank you to everybody who's been involved in the last 20 plus years on this. And you could see some of the folks who attended. We had perfect weather. And I want to give a special shout out. I did put photos in of them, of Public Works, specifically Jack and Ryan, who came down, and Victor and the Public Works team. They actually put a trail in for accessibility so folks wouldn't have to stumble all over. You can see it right behind Deb and Rob and Diane. There's a nice gravel trail that went in there. Now, the other really neat, and Carla gave a great speech, Mayor gave a great speech, Russ Shiplet, Olympic College, and then we also had Representative Siddons who came down and chatted. Just a reminder of what we're actually building and how exciting that is. And if you blink, this is what it looks like now. So thank you, Josh Rains, to our city engineer, intrepid city engineer. And it's busy. So that's why your dog should not be running around in that, please. There's plenty of other areas where we have public Facebook posts and signs steering people to Robb Park, where our dog park is, on leash in the park. And then you can be off leash in the dog park. And then just something, a little bit of joy, pollinator program. This is Pearson Elementary, Anchored for Life students with the P3 program. This is American Legion Park. This is up on Front Street. You should see this. This is all part of a planting initiative. It's happening. It's not just at City Hall. It's all over. It's exciting. And I just threw this in seconds ago because Mike said a few boards. They have done so much. So it's not only to Chinook with Kelly Clark, but Public Works getting this ready for Viking Fest.
Can I just add, I was down there all day on Sunday and then all day on Monday, and got to watch them bust this out, and it's always super impressive how quickly they can just do these things.
Would you like to lead a round of applause for Public Works?
Yes.
Have a good crew.
He's got an excellent crew. So that concludes the photo updates, which is only 2 more verbal updates. And that is staff attended, it was busy right before the groundbreaking. A number of our staff attended our annual Parks Conference, where we made some great connections, and the Washington Festivals and Events Association with Special Events Coordinator Emily Hasha. And that's important because we're working on special events and lodging tax throughout the city. 2 things for council, and I do mean only 2. Viking Fest is next week. The lower rec center parking lot has impacts. That's where we stage for 1 week between May 11th and the 18th, the carnival personnel, so they can run the carnival. So there's impacts there, and we've notified the neighbors, and we have a whole map up, just letting you all know. I won't go into the details, but if you have questions, please let us know. And then lastly, staff are incredibly busy with 2 RCO grants, a little less than $250,000 for the perk for the additional property, and also about $500,000 for the boardwalk. Those are the up-to-date numbers. So I gave you some other numbers earlier. Now that we've gone through the whole process and have submitted grants last week, those are the targets that we're aiming for.
Great report. Doug, or anybody have question for department heads? Not any. We're going to welcome Police Chief Ron Harding. Good evening, Ron.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to give you a quick update on what I'm calling our case of the week. Began with a traffic stop by one of our officers, Kathleen Melton. And I just wanted to highlight the work because of what often comes from something as simple as a traffic stop. During this stop, she discovered a handgun under the driver's seat. There was probable cause to arrest the driver, which led to a search warrant that led to the discovery of dozens of manufactured checks, quantity of drugs, and a second search warrant that's still underway, all because of her attentiveness and ability to just conduct a traffic stop. So great work by her. If you get her a chance to see her, pat her on the back. We all have been. Really good to see this kind of work here. Thank you.
I might share with council and been informed last Sunday at the Agate Passage Bridge was the high risk of a suicide. Woman standing in the middle of the bridge, and our own Poulsbo Police Department interceded and successfully intervened. And so it's work on both sides of the spectrum, those that are not up to good and those that need help to do good. And in either case, it's our Poulsbo Police Department there. So if you would convey on behalf of this council our appreciation, Chief. Any questions for the department head so far? I'll assume Katie and Maurice, you have nothing you wish to share, and I won't put you in an embarrassing position. And so we're going to move on then. We're going to move on to item 8 on the agenda for those of you who have a copy from the back of the room, and that is the consent agenda. That all matters listed within the consent agenda have been distributed to each member of the City Council for reading and study. I might add, we're gone over in the study workshops, which is the next format we'll be doing, and tease up what the council reviews for business agenda up here at the dais. Are considered to be routine, in fact, and will be enacted by one motion of the council with no separate discussion. If separate discussion is desired, that item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda by a council member or even a citizen request. And tonight we have the minutes of the January 24th, 2026 council retreat. We have next the funds for planter boxes at the city's Recovery Cafe, a Defense Logistics Agency 1033 surplus program, which we covered at length in the study workshop 3 weeks ago. We have the minutes of February 25 council retreat, addendum to the Nelson House lease agreement with Gambit Recovery. That's a recovery housing unit. We have Complete Streets curb ramp upgrades project acceptance. And then we have authorizing the use of rental assistance funds for the same Gambit Recovery House I referred to earlier. There's a Viking Fest request exemption on noise. And then finally, downtown parking enforcement holiday for Viking Fest 2026 weekend, a parking holiday. That would include both the street limit hourly as well as the not implemented yet paid parking. So there'll be a paid parking holiday for that weekend of Viking Fest. And unless council directs otherwise, I would accept a motion and a second to put the consent agenda on the table.
Mayor, I move to approve consent agenda items A through I.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and I'm going to call for the question, and I'm going to start with Councilman Doug Newell. Doug?
Aye.
Aye. Fitzpatrick, aye.
Lived all I.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Crow, I.
Thank you, council. The consent agenda is approved.
And Mayor, quick comment on
Yes,
the
please.
parking enforcement holiday. Just everybody remember, that only affects city-owned parking. So private parking and the other paid lots, that, the aquarium and the port, we don't control those. So don't park in those places and think that those limits or those pays are off. This is just the ones we control. So.
Important distinction. Thank you, Councilman Eckert. We're going to move on to the business agenda, which is item 9 on your council agenda. And the first item is Pride Flags Banners Display Request. And I'm going to turn to Councilwoman Britt Livedall, and I appreciate your work on this, Britt.
This has become somewhat routine, so there's not too much that I feel like I need to say other than it continues to be as important now as it was the first year that we started doing this. And so the summary statement mentions that I would like to propose that we hang the Pride banners from June 1st to June 30th. And if you all are ready, I would be happy to make a motion unless there are any questions.
Why don't we go ahead and put the question on the table in the form of a motion and a second, Britt?
Sounds good. I move to approve flying the pride flag at Poulsbo City Hall and display banners on downtown city-owned fixtures from June 1st to June 30th. And it says 2025, but I'm going to correct it to 2026.
Second? Yep, 2026. And then, as I mentioned, I wanted to make a motion to amend it, and I'll explain it before I make the motion, just so everyone understands. We have 4th of July right after the end of the month. And so Britt and I, we talked about this briefly. What I want to suggest is that we add to the end of this motion to, so when Public Works takes down the pride banners, rather than putting back up the Norwegian banners, we have them put up the US flag banners that we did last year for Veterans Day. Rather than maybe those come down and then we think about putting them up for the 4th. So transition directly from the pride banners into the US flag, leave them up for the month of July, and then they can take down those at the end of July and put up the Norwegian ones. So again, it's not a and connected other than logistically. I support doing the pride banners regardless if we do move into the US banners. It was just for logistic purposes, combine them together tonight.
Second.
I didn't make the motion yet. I just wanted to explain it.
Wait.
No, I'll give you the actual language. I
Does
just
the
want to-
maker of the motion accept that amendment, or does she prefer it be handled separately?
I only have a preference as far as what the clerk would recommend. I mean, I'm not sure if it has a bearing on this, but
Well, I can give so the language of the motion I was going to suggest is, so 2026, and at the end of June, upon completion of Pride Month, replace the pride banners along Front Street, well, downtown, with the US flag themed banners from the month of July, for the month of July, in honor of July 4th and the 250th anniversary of the nation's founding.
Go ahead.
Second.
That's fine.
So we have a motion and a second, and the amendment attached thereto, I believe. So I believe a single reading will take care of both. I hate to put the clerk on the spot.
I think we have to approve the amendment first.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a reading of the amendment first. Is there any other discussion before I call for the question? A discussion on the amendment, which has to do with replacing the pride flags, as I understand it, at the end of June with the US flag banner in honor of the 250th for the month of July. Is that correct?
Correct, rather than replacing with our normal Norwegian themed ones.
So this has to do with the reschedule of the replacement. Do I have any other discussion on this? And not seeing any, we're going to do roll call on the amendment first, and I'll start with Councilman Doug Newell.
So on the amendment, Newell, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Pro, aye.
The amendment is approved, and now on the table is the original motion as in our agenda. Move to approve flying the pride flag at Poulsbo City Hall and display banners on downtown city-owned fixtures from June 1st to June 30th, 2025. Is there any discussion?
26.
26. Typo. Okay, thank you for catching that. June 1st through June 30th, 2026. Is there any discussion on the main motion? And not seeing any, again, I'll
Mayor.
begin with Doug. Go ahead. Did you want to have a comment? Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing here because I had an opportunity to kind of listen to the conversation that we've had around pride flags over the last few years, kind of all in one go. That included all the public comment, all the council comments. And I think it's important, since this is government speech, we say a little bit about what's being said. I take it that the pride flag is a statement by the city that every resident who lives in this city gets to enjoy full and equal rights and protections under the law. And it's a communication to communities that have not historically experienced that, to say, while we recognize that not only has that not been the norm in the past, it's also not the norm today in parts of this country, but we as a city are going to strive to make sure every single resident here is treated like every other resident, valued, appreciated, and welcomed. And that is something that even if you don't agree with other things that the pride flag may stand for, I would hope that residents who disagree with each other all recognize that you enjoy those rights and protections, and you should wish them on every neighbor that you have. And that, I think, is a message that we can unify around, and that is why I will be voting for the motion.
I have one addition, which is just to say that it's also a message to visitors who come to Poulsbo, along with our residents.
Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, and just since the vandalism was mentioned earlier too, and we never caught who did that. So just as a message to whoever that is, and if they're listening, you don't have to like it, leave it alone. The easiest thing in the world for you to do is do nothing. So leave it alone. Don't touch them. Leave it alone. We're you saw it, all it did was bring the community together. So it achieved nothing other than to bring the community together. So just, again, we all have rights. We all have freedoms. We all have freedom of speech, but you also have the freedom to not use that freedom. So again, if you don't like it, just move on with your day. Leave them alone.
Any other discussion before I call for the vote on the motion? And I want to thank Mr. Fitzpatrick for his eloquent impromptu remarks. Well said, Michael. Very well said. So calling for the question, I'll begin with Councilman Doug Newell. Doug?
Newell, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Crow, aye.
Well done, Council. We're moving on to item 9B, which is a resolution 2023-05, requires city council consideration for flying commemorative banners and flags on city property when the request is brought forward by the mayor or a council member. Councilmember Livedall is seeking council approval.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we did that.
Yes. We're on to the KPFD.
I had 2 copies of that. Thank you. The next item, quite correct, is the Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center. It is an interlocal agreement, amendment number 2 between the Kitsap Public Facility District and the City of Poulsbo for the Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center. And I think, Josh, you're going to speak to this. Would you please?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. We're here tonight, as you said, to accept the ILA Amendment number 2 to the KPFD agreement for the PERC project. I don't have a presentation tonight, but you do have the ILA in your packet. And really all the ILA is there was an agreement to come back and amend it once we had the bond terms in place. And now we have the bond terms fully issued. And so this just incorporates those bond terms and the payment schedule going forward for the next 20 years. So with that, I'm happy to open it up for any questions. It has already been approved and signed by KPFD. So next step is just approval and signature by us.
Thank you, Josh. Questions from the council for either Josh Raines or our city administrator, Rob Gelder. Mr. Tabor.
I have 2 questions that are related to payment timing risk and budget contingencies, but I'm going to send them via email. And so you'll see those from me shortly. No rush to answer that.
Any other comment, question, concern? And not seeing any, I would be happy to entertain a motion then on this particular
I can make a
action.
motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Rick.
Move to approve the PERC project ILA amendment number 2 between KPFD and the city of Poulsbo as presented, and authorize the mayor to sign the amendment on behalf of the city.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion among the council before I call for the question? And again, you have attached in your agenda the full scope. It's very short. And not seeing any further discussion among council, I'll call for the question. Mr. Newell.
Newell, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Crow, aye.
Thank you, Council, and that's approved, Josh. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 9C. And I don't have to repeat 9B because I only have one copy. That's really good here. This is about Kitsap County, who historically provided street striping services to the city of Poulsbo, no longer can provide this service to the city. So this is to review such. And Mike, you're going to walk us through it.
Right there. There we go. So yeah, so this is our street striping contract for 26-27. Come on. Yes, as you mentioned, Kitsap County years ago used to do our street striping for us back in about 2020. They discontinued doing that for manpower reasons.
Mike, can you speak closer into the microphone? Thank you.
How's that? So our city forces, we stripe crosswalks, stop bars, parking stalls, that kind of stuff, but we contract out over 250,000 lane miles of our lineal feet of mainline striping. Historic costs over the years, you know, when county did it, it was very cheap. It's gotten a lot more expensive as everything else has in town. We advertised a couple weeks ago. We had 2 bidders, Specialized Pavement Markings and Pavement Surface Control. Pavement Surface Control was the bidder last contract. This year, Specialized Pavement Markings got it. We've worked with both contractors numerous times. They're both great, so I see no issues with that. And there's my motion.
I have a question real quick, Mike. The striping that's going on right now, is that your department, the county, or the upgrade before the Viking Fest right now? That's done in-house.
That will be us.
That
will be us. Anything crosswalks or anything like that is us.
Great. Any questions for Mike? Doug?
I'm happy to make a motion.
No,
Going to move to the motion.
I just wanted to ask one question since I'm still learning about this, Mike. Just the cost comparison between the county doing it and the bids.
When the county did it, it was less than $20,000. Of course, that was 5-6 years ago. But the county can't do it anymore. They can't keep up with their own work, much less contract out to do others. They used to do other jurisdictions around too, and it's not feasible for them.
So this is a little bit more of a cost to our tax base.
It's more of a cost, but unfortunately, it's something that has to happen for safety reasons.
I would make a motion, Mayor.
Please, Mr. Tabor.
Move to award the 2026-2027 road striping project contract to Specialized Pavement Markings in the amount of $102,746.15 and authorize the mayor to sign the contract on behalf of the city. Move to authorize the mayor to sign the change orders up to 10% of the contract value.
Second.
That was good.
I'm not going to ask you to repeat that. That was amazingly done, Councilman Tabor. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion on the table? And we're going to start again with Councilman Newell, who's attending remotely. Doug?
Newell, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Crow, aye.
And it's getting late in the evening early. How's that? All right. That we have one other. No, we don't. That we've moved through the business agenda.
No, you don't. D.
Is it this one right here?
Yep.
Okay. On your button.
Landscaping.
We have 9D 2026 through 2027. Looks just like the road striping, except roadside landscaping contract award. Mike, you pulled a fast one on me, and that's without making a pun on Doug Tabor's fast one. So
Yeah, I think
have at it.
He did great. So this is for our new landscaping contract, 26-27. Again, as everybody knows, we can't keep up with all the landscaping that's out there. So this is to try and cover some of the landscaping on Johnson Parkway, Viking Avenue, Finn Hill, and Lincoln. Have a contractor come in a few times a year and help keep the stuff cleaned up. We had 5 bids. Elion Maintenance was $55,000. At Work was $104,000. Monarch $150,000. Alvarez 186, and Bucks Landscaping 472. So it was a huge spread. Last contract was a huge spread too, and so it seems to be that's kind of the thing with landscape contracts. Elion Maintenance at 55,000 is the low bidder. I reached out to all three of their references, which was City of Kenmore, City of Port Orchard, and a private or a public utility company over on the other side. They can't speak highly enough about these guys. They're great. They're fantastic. I spoke with the owner of Elion himself to talk about the bid spread. He's comfortable with the bids that he has. So we're moving forward.
Well done, Mike. Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, so I see it's a 2-year contract and I'm just wondering, I mean, the more complete streets projects we do, the more we kind of do this with our roads. This is just going to get more and more. And so I'm just kind of wondering do we have a tipping point where engaging one of these services in a longer term contract would produce savings rather than this kind of rolling, going out and finding, and especially since you're getting such wide spreads.
Oh, probably. I mean, it's unfortunately, Josh knows my feelings on landscape is beautiful. Everybody loves it, but it is a lot of work and it's a lot of money to take care of. So,
Oh, yes, I know you're feeling on certain bushes in the immediate vicinity, but
you know, and it is, you know, unfortunately, you know, it was tough to get the contract originally to do this. So I love your idea, but the general fund's going to take a hit on it because it comes out of streets.
yeah, I'm just wondering a second, because the designs we looked at with complete streets, they all incorporate, you know, green margins and trees and like, I mean, I just see this becoming more and more of a commitment as we try to make our streets nicer and safer and more desirable. And it just maybe something that
I agree.
Yeah.
We can look at the next round.
Any further questions for staff? And not seeing any, I would approve hearing a motion on the table.
I can do it.
I don't let Mr. Tabor do it.
Move to approve the 2026-2027 landscape maintenance contract with Elion Maintenance in the amount of $55,524.40 and authorize the mayor to sign the contract on behalf of the city. Move to authorize the mayor to sign change orders up to 10% of the contract value.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion by council?
I just want to say, I think it's good that when we're trying somebody out to have the shorter contract, and then if it proves to be a good relationship, then sure, let's look at the longer relationship.
Yeah, I just, like we mentioned in the streets, if you look at those designs, like Lincoln, Finn Hill, that's the design that that's the ideal, I guess. And so the more of that plan we implement, this is going to get bigger. And so just thinking ahead, because I certainly want to implement more and more of those streets, because particularly on Viking Way, this is just going to become more and more of a commitment to the city. This is the back end of doing the front end nice work. We got to keep it nice once we do it. So.
Any other questions? And not seeing any, I'm going to call for the question and again begin with Councilman Doug Newell.
Newell, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Lived I.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Pro, aye.
And that motion is approved. We have reached that point in the evening where we're going to take a break from the business agenda and move down to the workshop agenda right below the dais. We will convene in 10 minutes at 6:50.
Mr. Mayor and Council, if I could make the request that just for the sake of our presenters or guests that are here tonight, if we can let them go through their entire presentation and hold questions to the end, that would be great. Thank you.
We're reconvening the Poulsbo City Council meeting of May the 6th back to order. We are on that part of the agenda that's marked workshop agenda. There will be no further business action tonight. This is to review in part future items we will consider on the business agenda. And I'm very pleased to invite a colleague of mine, Algeline Sperber, with Visit Kitsap on an update on the program. Welcome, and Algeline.
Aloha, City Council, and mahalo nui loa for having me here. Some of you probably didn't know that I am Native Hawaiian and Chukanese, so thank you for the proclamation for AANHPI month. Also, happy National Tourism and Travel Week. I'm excited to be presenting this week during a great week promoting tourism here in our community. I'll get into it, but if you have a chance to check out our LinkedIn post with the most recent Kitsap County level economic impact of tourism data, we have that LinkedIn post live, so feel free to engage with it. And if you want to share about how awesome it is to live and visit here in the city of Poulsbo, Villanuria, please use the hashtag NWTT26 or postmark essential, because tourism is essential for our communities, and we'll get into that. So when it comes to tourism, it starts with a visit. When somebody comes to visit, sometimes they consider moving here. And so they live here. And so once they live here, they find a job and they work here and they love working here. And from that, we have the next cycle of when people love to work and live here, we have people and businesses that want to invest in our community. And for those when people want to invest in our community, they also create a place that people want to visit. And so that is the cycle of tourism. Just to give some background and context, the purpose of a destination management and marketing organization, or what some of you might know as a DMO, is to increase impact by attracting visitors, driving overnight stays, and generating tax revenue that supports the community. You know that as lodging tax here in the city of Poulsbo. Some other communities have tourism promotion assessments or business improvement assessments, so other tax or not tax, but revenue generators. In our own organization's mission is to inspire visitors from around the world to experience the Kitsap Peninsula, creating a thriving tourism economy that uplifts local businesses and communities. At the heart of the tourism ecosystem are the DMOs, and that's just the tourism ecosystem. And so surrounding us are our tourism stakeholders and our partners, our municipalities, our economic development councils, chambers, downtown associations, businesses, parks and trails, event organizers, and our tribes. Our local tribes are a big part of that, our commissions, sports, agritourism, film, and then our hotels and business stakeholders. So all of these are part of the tourism ecosystem, and the DMOs are at the heart of that. You could also think of it as the DMOs are the demand generators. We have different partners that are the visitor interface, and then others that are the experience enhancement of visiting. Tourism spending, as I mentioned, this is National Travel and Tourism Week. And so we just got our data from Tourism Economic from the state of Washington Tourism that tourism generated over 528 million in direct sales for our region. And so that's a growth rate of almost 3% since 2024. So this is 2025 data that we just received Monday. The way that we approach attracting tourism and different types of visitors is we have 4 core groups of people that come to visit our region. So we have the meeting planners, that's the Erica, the economic catalyst. They help bring in group travel, so conferences, business retreats, and that economic impact can be really great. We have the government contractors that stay here. We have our shipyards and our bases. And so they're not just staying in Bremerton or Port Orchard, they're sprinkled out around our community, creating economic impact. We have our impulse day trippers that spend up to $150 per visit. And then we have our multi-day visitors that come for a cultural experience, outdoor rec, for community events, all those things to take a moment to breathe here on the natural side of the Puget Sound. So let's dive into Poulsbo tourism numbers. So at a glance, last year, there were over 237 visitors, and this is just pulling data from 50 plus miles away. That is all that we pull. There's a lot more locally that came to Poulsbo last year. That equated into 940,000 visitor days. So they're staying on average of 4 days when they come here. That's really good. Our top visiting cities are Port Angeles, Bellingham, Forks, Portland, and Vancouver, Washington. Something that we're going to be building out some more of are, hey, because we have our fly markets to Phoenix and Houston and San Diego. Hey, Phoenix, this is why you would enjoy the city of Poulsbo. So we'll be building those out with content later this year. We ran a fall ad last year, and so that ad alone generated nearly 3,000 visitor days. So they're staying more than just a day here. It generated over 18,000 in Poulsbo lodging revenue, and that was from 140 room nights. There was 384 visitor days for outdoor rec. People come here again to breathe at their own pace. And so in total, that was a campaign impact of 244,000 and more. And so you can see what that is based off of. We like to source our data. I forgot to mention that the average length of stay between August and December from that campaign was 3.9 days. So we're contributing to that 4 days average length of stay. And from our hotels, they said, we really want to increase that 3-day average. So we did it. Where you might have seen the fall ads last year on Better Homes and Gardens, on ESPN, and you can see the different types of creative that we had there. You're seeing the conversion focused ads right here. And so we did programmatic advertising. So we did awareness or prospecting and then retargeting for conversions. We also worked up with a great couple, Marley and Anthony Love from Traveling While Black. We had them come out last spring to talk about Poulsbo as a base camp. We have been working to lay a foundation as Kitsap as a base camp for Pacific Northwest Adventures. We are sandwiched between 2 national parks and cascading mountains, and we have 370,000 miles of shoreline. So we're a great base camp. We're so close, just a ferry ride away from Seattle. You can even go to Victoria, Canada for the day. So we worked with them to establish Poulsbo as a base camp, but also make it so that any type of visitor feels welcome to visit because they are a Black couple. So from working with them on that campaign, they gave us their 30-day analytics report. And so they had content spread across YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and these are the results that generated from their content. So over 1,100 likes across their content, 107 shares. I'm sure it is higher now, almost a year later. And so we were rated as a community an 8 out of 10 for feeling welcome as a Black person to visit here. So that's a great rating. We are running a spring marketing campaign right now. You can see our top performing ads or creative right now. So those are the top performing right there. People eating some sliced donuts, the Uftawal, and then also the Hotel Scandi shot. And so right now we are promoting the spring or shoulder season as the secret season. We want people to know, but don't tell too many people about how great it is here. And so again, leveraging programmatic advertising, this ad has been outperforming our fall campaign. And so that's generated so far, it's not done yet. It ends next week. So over 277,000 as destination impact, 21,000 for lodging, 182 room nights, over 1,200 trips to Poulsbo. And so that's a 23-to-1 return on ad spend. And so the cost to try to attract those visitors is $4. Our overnight visitors are primarily coming from Port Angeles, Bellingham, Moses Lake, Portland, and Hillsboro, Oregon. I don't have data as to why, though. So where you may have seen those ads, again, Yahoo, ESPN. We also ran this video via advertising. I hope you saw it last year across Facebook and YouTube and my emails to all of you. This really funny ad campaign, and it reached international audiences. We had people from Canada, UK, Australia see it. And then I even heard from word of mouth that people in Portugal saw it. So here's how it did. We saw over 69,000 views, 8+ days of watch time. That's a lot of times that people watch the video. Over 2,000 reactions and comments, 307,000 video completions. People watched the entire 2-minute campaign. And then so that equated to 7 days and 16 hours watch time. We had 8 videos, 2 main commercials, and 6 vignettes. So vignettes are like the Poulsbo coffee shops, the shopping, the nature part of it. So that's what we mean by vignettes. But wait, there's more. So I already touched on part of the partnership that we had last year with Anthony and Marley Love. So we had over 7 pieces of content from them, and you can see the results from there. They ended up coming back, I believe, in February or March with Amazing America TV for a hidden gem segment, which showed on Como News. So not only are we attracting people here to visit their first time, but we're having people come back, which is important. Last year we developed, with the funding that was granted towards us, a library of 324 images of parks, restaurants, lodging, landmarks, and events in Poulsbo to promote overnight stays in the city. We developed a library of short videos, which you just saw a screenshot of, up to 16+ minutes of content, including the 2-minute general video Poulsbo. And then we also built several Poulsbo specific pages on visitkitsap.com, which had over 2 million search impressions, 92,000 website sessions, and people are spending a long time on our website, 3+ minutes. We ran an ad to reach Canadian visitors too, in partnership with our local chambers, which ran on Expedia.com and had a one-to-one return on ad spend, generating 10,000 in lodging and 75 lodging nights. So what's next? We're running our spring campaign, as I mentioned earlier. We are in festival season, as you were talking about earlier today, and that kicks off with Biking Fest. We actually have a fam trip, so a travel writer coming next week. She will be exploring Biking Fest and then other parts of Poulsbo, like Fish Park, talking about how you can spend a few days on the peninsula. We're doing that in partnership with Visit San Juan Islands and Visit Bainbridge Island. So she'll be here for 2 days, 1 day in Bainbridge, and then a longer time in the San Juan Islands. And then we will be running a fall advertising campaign later this year. Let me just double check my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything. We are also heading to IPW. So IPW is a international travel trade conference that is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We will be meeting we have 84 meetings set. I'm meeting with 39 international tour operators and travel agents to talk about our community. I'll be meeting with delegates from Korea, the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, France. And so I'll get to talk about all of our wonderful assets of our community and why people should visit here. The differentiator from just running an ad is I need to tell them about all the bookable things that are here and the different terms that our local hotels have. So there's a lot of touch points that we have in the community when it comes to tourism. And then the last thing I just wanted to share, I do keep track of collected lodging tax each month. I go to the Department of Revenue site. And so far, just as an FYI, there have been $65,000 dollars collected in lodging tax as of March 2026. I haven't collected April's data yet. So it's helpful for you to know that we're not just doing social media posts or an ad. We're keeping track of data and figuring out how to leverage that to attract more visitors, not just individuals, but also groups too. And now I'm done. I have any questions?
So allow me to kick this off. Number one, very well organized, Algerlin. Visit Kitsap is one of our original LTAC applicants and has been an applicant, I think, through virtually every cycle since the beginning of our LTAC. Can you quickly give us a high-level overview what you're receiving and the relationship with our LTAC, Algerlin, here in Poulsbo?
Yes. So historically, I don't know before my tenure how many dollars we received in lodging tax, but when I first started, we received a $4,000 award to update our website and make sure that we have accurate information for our Poulsbo listings and information. And then last year, we received $55,000 to do all of that work that I just talked about a few minutes ago. And this year we received $30,000 to focus on advertising in press and updating our website for more landing pages to promote tourism all year round. So we don't just focus on festivals. We focus from January through December year round.
And Algerlin refers to her coming on board as the executive director in helping restore and rejuvenate Visit Kitsap. So I want to acknowledge that. Any comment about FIFA and the relationship to the county and Poulsbo? We talked about it ever so briefly at the dais this evening.
Yeah, so as Mayor Stern mentioned earlier today, Bremerton is an official fan zone for the Summer of Soccer. They're one of 9. And so what our role has been is communicating with the hotels, any communications that come from the state and Seattle level to let them know what is going on. So for example, some of our community has been a little anxious about not seeing a lot of bookings yet. We learned from Seattle that the average FIFA World Cup fan usually doesn't book out until 45 days before the game that they want to attend. So our first game is June 12th. So 45 days was May 1st. So we should start seeing a lift. We also know that they just book last minute. So there's a very short booking window. Yes, I see your face, Britt. And that could be just the week of, because the tournament is so dynamic. We have 2 knockout rounds in Seattle, and so we probably won't see. We will probably see last minute bookings for those 2 knockout rounds. The other part is we did a survey with our local hotels asking them if they were seeing bookings in our region. 78% of them said no, and so they have released the room blocks. So then that way they can have it open for general people that come, because our region receives 500 to 600,000 visitors a year during peak season, just between June and July. I'm not including August. So I don't know how much our region could handle anyway. Our short-term rentals are pacing around 37 to 45% occupancy rate right now, all across the region there too. So May's 37%, June's 43%, and July is 45%. 75%. And some of our hotels have released those room bookings too, because they see peak bookings anyway. They're gonna be busy during the summer because it's the best time to visit the region. So hopefully that is helpful.
Algelyn, I know some of the hotels have market-based pricing based on demand or perceived demand. Where they're releasing rooms, is that reflecting a lower, more average rate? What
Yeah.
about that angle?
Our average rate for the summertime is like $250 and plus. And so some of the hotels had a $900 a night for their suites in the community. So that has gone down back to regular peak pricing.
Council, questions for Algelyn?
I'm just curious. So a lot of the numbers you had and like where people are coming from, how deeply into that can you dig? You know, like you know, folks coming from those various cities around Washington, you know, when they're coming, how long they're staying. Like, I mean, how you have averages, but can you get into specifics with your data, or is it mostly just averages?
So what we pay for, so something like Datafy, which is similar to Placer AI, they're very strict with their privacy policies, so they don't tap into just any phone. They only where it's allowed for their geofencing. So what we can gather are how many trips come here, how many visitor days, how long they stay, which days of the week, which months. We can go all the way back to 2018. We can get some high level demographics, age, household income, education level, gender or sex, and then where they're coming from. So from a city level all the way to a state level. And then we can reach as far out as 3,767 miles. We don't have the subscription for international data. I do know that we primarily get people visiting from, well, India is #1 right now for Washington State. And then Korea, South Korea, Japan, the UK, and Germany. The other paid subscription that we have is AirDNA. So that's the short-term rental data that we can get. And that's the same as the hotel data, rates, how long people are staying, occupancy rate. We get pacing with that one. We don't get pacing with hotels, so I have to ask them manually. And so the response rate from hotels is like 30 to 40% sometimes. But and then what we get from the state, because we're members of the Washington Tourism Alliance, we can get the tourism economics, but it doesn't dive too deep into the why. We have to, for qualitative data, we have to ask hotels, any short-term rental owners that we know, our businesses, even asking you, our municipalities, like what you're seeing as trends. Any qualitative data would be survey-based.
Okay. Yeah, I just seeing Bellingham is what it just kind of popped my attention. I just kind of wondered, especially in the fall to spring versus the summer season, I just kind of wondered if sports had an impact. Because I know like Friday night football game, by the time the game ends at 10 o'clock at night, folks don't want to drive back to Bellingham. And I'm just kind of wondering, just have me thinking is, are they staying in hotels so they can drive back the next day? You know, some of those farther away playoff type season games or sports, is that generating some of our off season?
Anecdotally say yes. I don't always know why guests are booking the places that I manage, but I have had people tell me that they're here for sports tournaments.
Yeah, I know I don't want to drive the 2 blocks to my house sometimes after that game. I can't imagine driving the 3 hours back to some of these cities. So I was just curious.
I do know that some sports, we do have that sports tourism impacted, which is why I had proposed to the county establishing a sports department along with a film department and an agritourism department.
Any other questions or expressions for Algelyn you wish to share and visit Kitsap? It's good. Emily, you do have a question at all yourself?
I had one more, but I was going to let
go, Rick.
I was just saying how much is art tourism hitting Kitsap? And you know why I'm asking, Ed.
Oh, what's your share? Your market share?
Well, I want to get a creative district in Poulsbo, so I'm leading. It's a leading question. That's why I'm looking at the mayor after I ask it. But are you seeing art as a
art tourism? Sorry,
Yes.
I thought I heard you are. Art tourism, we can look at that data. I don't have it off of the top of my head, but I can get that to you afterwards and send it.
Councilman Eckert has had an interest for some years in a creative art district. Bainbridge has one.
Yep.
So any insight and related economic benefit and exposure, he particularly would be interested in any data you could provide or
Yeah,
insight.
there's some natural loops between the existing ones and we're right in the middle. So you come over from Seattle to Bainbridge, loop through us to Bremerton, come over Bainbridge, loop through us and go Kingston and over to Edmonds or further points west. But, you know, we're kind of a nice middle ground that
Oh,
we could do
definitely.
Bainbridge, Suquamish, us,
Mhm.
and then you head north, south. So it would help if we to apply for it and partner with our neighbors and, you know, tie it all together. And we definitely have every other piece we need downtown already, other than really just putting the application together. So.
Okay, yeah, I'll find that data, and I'm pretty sure the Parks Department could actually probably dive deeper into that with Placer AI because they are able to pinpoint with their geofencing really well too. But we can I can look into that.
That
for you.
would be appreciated. Thank you, Al Gillette.
Thank you
Very
for your time,
thorough, and we
everybody.
appreciate that presentation. We're a longtime supporter of Visit Kitsap, well over 20 years. The next is going to be the West Sound Mobile Pump Out Program Partnership. We have Andrea Pierantozzi here. I don't think Jeff Barney had the same stamina as her.
So I think I think Jeff was going to zoom in.
This meeting is being
So he's
recorded.
going to be online.
Very good. And
But
while Andrew's getting set up, I might share that I know Rick did a police ride-along that he spoke to at the top of the meeting. I last fall elected a boat-along, or it was during the summer, with our new Dave Hausberg, our Marine Unit Supervisor with the Police Department. And on that cruise, we ran into one of their first pump outs of the year. So I was able to get a firsthand look and ask questions of the pump out unit in the middle of Liberty Bay, Andrea. It was a unique experience. It was perfect timing. I'll turn it over to you.
Sorry, I thought red meant off. Hi, again, I'm Andrea Parentazzi. Good to see you, council members and Mayor Stern. I am a board member with the Recreational Boating Association of Washington, RBA. We're an all-volunteer organization. Board member Jeff Barney is on the Zoom up there on the screen. His day job is doing the mobile pump out program for Pierce County, so brings a tremendous amount of experience. So we're here today just to give you a quick update on our partnership. And so first, a thank you for signing up for that in 2024. And I want to talk to you about what we've done so far and then a look forward to hopefully the next 3-year partnership. Arrow didn't work. Try this one.
Mm-hmm. Should be able to go.
Use the mouse, maybe?
Yeah, and he's
Mouse for the win. Awesome. Thank you. So real quick update how we got here. There was a pilot program that was kicked off in 2023. That pilot program enabled us to move forward and come to the city of Poulsbo to talk about a partnership. 75% of the funding for this program comes from the Clean Vessel Act. So that's our federal funding starter that puts this into play. City of Poulsbo, Port of Poulsbo, City of Bainbridge Island, all are contributors to the 25%, which is required for a federal program. So we did the pilot program in 2023. It definitely showed the need and the desire for a mobile pump out program for visiting recreational boats coming to Poulsbo. The Whisper program helped launch that pilot. With the results of that, we started working with the Washington State Legislature in 2023 to secure funding to help with that 25% match. It's not always the easiest to go around and raise those sort of funds. So we were able to advocate with Washington State to put some money aside to help those match funds. And that's how we were able to build our vessel with no match required. In 2024, ARBA took the initiative to apply for the grant and won the grant. So we received a vessel with no match and then an O&M, 3-year O&M operations and maintenance budget where a 25% match was required. And that's where we came and started working with the city of Poulsbo. So we've satisfied our match with our partnership and the great collaboration we've had with City of Poulsbo and Port of Poulsbo so far. So that's how we got here. So you guys know this because you helped us with the match, but mobile pump outs are good business for everybody. I listened to the presentation before me talking about getting visitors to come to Poulsbo, and this is a great service that can be offered to visiting boaters. What a wonderful city to come visit, to anchor in Liberty Bay or get moorage at the Port of Poulsbo or other marinas. So in 2028, Puget Sound was designated as a no discharge zone. So boaters have to properly dispose of their waste. Fixed mobile pump out is a way to do that, and mobile pump out is a way to do that. We feel that mobile is a best in class approach. It gives the boater the ability not to have to move their boat to go find a pump out. So for some reason, the fixed pump out wasn't working in the city of Poulsbo. They'd have to weigh anchor and take off and find a good place. Mobile pump out comes to their vessel exactly where they are. They don't have to give up a spot on a guest dock, and they don't have to move their boat from an anchorage. It aids in fixed facilities as well. It's not like one or the other is better, but together they provide a good service for visiting boaters. And this is all about clean water. We want to keep the waters clean. Boaters want to keep the waters clean. We want to protect the shorelines and the shellfish and give all those people that great reason to come visit Poulsbo. So here are the results. Let me highlight when I talk about City of Poulsbo resorts, that's kind of everything that's not a boat attached to the Port of Poulsbo dock. When I talk to Port of Poulsbo, it's really every vessel that's attached to the Port of Poulsbo dock, but all the water is Liberty Bay. So we kind of think of you as separately because we have separate partnerships with each, but we are talking about Liberty Bay here. The numbers you see in front of you are what I would call, again, City of Poulsbo results. So really quickly for 2025, we launched that vessel. We did mobile pump outs 23 weekends during the summertime. We added Fridays to help with busy demand. We kind of stretched the budget a bit. And we saw a 36% increase in the total gallons removed from boats at anchor in Liberty Bay. So that was a total of 60 pump outs for close to 1,500 gallons. Again, a 36% increase from 2024. We're in 2026 now. We just started on Saturday with our first pump out. So you'll see the numbers at the bottom. I included 2023 because that was the pilot program that got us going. And then you'll see 24 and 25 on here. If I think of Liberty Bay together with the city of Poulsbo and the Port of Poulsbo, 18,000 gallons collected for approximately 1,800 pump outs. So great news for Liberty Bay. It's a very big number, which is wonderful for our program, bigger than what we thought. And it's a service that seems to be well used. So how do we go forward? What do we do going forward? 2026 is the last year of that 3-year grant, that 3-year O&M grant. That vessel should be good for a good 15 years. But O&M grant, which pays for the labor, the fuel, the maintenance on the vessel, the moorage, things like that, we do every 3 years. So we applied for a $292,000 grant that would handle 2027 through 2029. So this is a little bit of a chicken and the egg, right? Do you apply for the grant before you have the partnership? Do you wait for the partnership to apply for the grant? I'm really glad we applied for the grant because Parks is taking a little bit longer than normal to process all those grant requests. So it's good to be in line for that right now. We expect to hear, you'll see it when I did this presentation with Rob, I thought April. Now I think May, we'll hear something on those grants. We are assuming a similar operating schedule, Saturdays and Sundays, May through September. We add Fridays when there's busy traffic, when there's Viking Fest, when there's people coming to Poulsbo, when there's big rendezvous going on at the port. You probably heard this many times in these meetings, but costs are going up. Costs of fuel is incredible right now. I think we paid on average $5.23 last year. We're looking at $7+ a gallon this year. And so that $68,000 a year program that we estimated is now looking like an $80,000 a year program. So that means our match is a little bit more, our grant is a little bit more, thus our match is a little bit more. So what that would mean to the city of Poulsbo, if we were to do the same 3-year program, is an increase of about $3,000 a year. It was $5,000 a year for this year for the 3-year program we had. Now we're looking at $8,118 for that annual match. We did a 3-year contract. We invoice you yearly for that. We still believe the numbers for 2025. We don't know if that's our ceiling or not. It could go more with the price of gas going up. Boaters may not go that far. You might not be able to afford to go to the San Juan Islands. You're going to go to Poulsbo perhaps, right? And have your destinations there. So we believe this is a great program. We're seeing great usage. The partnership that we have has delivered a really high value service, very in demand, and we look forward to continuing it 27 through 29. And that's all I have. Jeff, do you want to add in anything maybe that I overlooked or highlight anything?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stern and council members. Again, highly successful from a pilot program that just with the greater Kitsap with you and your other municipalities really showed, promise. This has officially outpaced my program in all of South Puget Sound, which covers 3 counties. And the turnout, we get a lot of feedback at the Seattle Boat Show where we work a booth promoting this and talking and educating boaters about clean water, no discharge zones, what this rule is and how we meet it. And like with the other municipalities that I work with, like City of Gig Harbor, very similar size. It's tourism and its livelihood in the summertime is deeply dependent on water access, paddle boaters, visiting boaters. So officially, you guys are collecting more waste than I am in all of South Puget Sound. So it's been a great partnership. We had a great meeting and presentation with Rob, and just here to answer any questions to the mayor or other council members.
So thank you, Jeff. Before I call on Councilman Newell, who is quite the avid boater, and I'm sure he'll have some incisive questions and thoughts. Number one, to brag up the city of Poulsbo, Jeff and Andrea helped lead, and in partnership with the Port of Poulsbo, under Representative Addison Richards in the 26th, we led the charge for the state on expanding the definition of derelict vessel so we could intercede and intervene that much quicker on what are basically homeless boats, right? These are people living homelessly, and the abuse of the environment is especially great. So we feel like we're not only partners on the contract, but we're partners on the concept, Jeff. So if you'd also convey that to the board. I have a quick question then, Doug Newell. My question is there an opportunity to expand partnerships here on the West Sound with other organizations, municipalities, or jurisdictions in order to both expand your reach and spread the cost out?
Most definitely. Most definitely. I believe Rob has a meeting coming up with the Squamish tribe. And we would love any introductions, any ideas for other organizations, agencies, whatever those folks would be that you think would be good for us to speak with. And an introduction would always help, or if that's something we could join together on, we'd be very happy.
And I can add to that, in my program in South Puget Sound, again, covering Pierce County, Thurston, and Mason County, we have a shellfish grower that means a lot to them, and that's Metrobrook Oyster Company, as well as, and which is contributing, but not often highlighted, is the Washington State Parks Foundation. Programmatically, because there's not been services at Blake Island, but knowing that the same boaters that are coming from Blake Island are going to Liberty Bay, so they are on board in to help that match this total number. And it's, these aren't huge amounts of numbers. They put in less than you do annually, but they give 3,000 to 4,000. But that really does provide that level of service to add that Friday, which really in operation sense, that way your operator's not working 12 or 13-hour day shifts, and they're working in 8 or 9. And it really just helps alleviate the pressure with the visiting boaters and the operators. So again, any introductions that you have, ideas, and that literally can come down to Kiwanis, Elks Clubs, Rotaries. We are happy to present and spread the word, and the word that, you know, the three partners that started this are leading the way in the West Sound, and we would like to do more.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. I'll call on Councilman Doug Newell, followed by Councilman Rick Eckert.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Hey, just help me with the numbers, make sure I understand these. You are presenting on the previous chart numbers for vessels at anchor, and that's what you're associated with the city. You verbalized the numbers for what you're picking up from the port. Did I hear that correctly?
The numbers, the larger numbers were total Liberty Bay. So if you subtract the city of Poulsbo numbers here on this slide from that, then you're getting the port numbers. So in total for Liberty Bay, about 18,000 gallons since 2023 and close to 1,800 pump outs in total for Liberty Bay.
And that the majority then, because you only have 60 at anchor, the majority are pier side in the port of Poulsbo.
Apparently, yes.
Okay. How much is the port in for partnership?
Same contribution as City of Poulsbo.
So we're both at 8?
For the 2024 through 2026 program, it was $5,000 a year. As we look forward to 27 through 29, those costs are going up to about $8,000 a year. And these are the conversations we're having with all of our partners.
This part of it gets into effectiveness. In sharing too much information with my peers, while I'm not feeling great, I was able to go down to my boat today and perform this service. At the same time, there was a mobile pump out service servicing 3 boats around me, and it doesn't take very long. It only takes 10 minutes a boat. I guess what scratched my head is 60 pump outs over 23 weekends is not many. Especially again this year, a couple of those are me, because I anchor out and I know your phone number. It doesn't seem like we're getting much penetration for the at float. We're getting what sounds like decent penetration for those people that are pier side. Guess the cost is what I'm looking at. If we're only paying 25 cents on the dollar, those pump outs, this program seems, I don't know. I wish there was more, you were pumping out more, I guess, at anchor. It doesn't seem to.
We do too. There's a 36% increase in gallons. So that's interesting, right? The pump outs are slightly more. So we went from, looks like close to 60 in 25 and then, or 24, and then a little bit over 60 in 25. The gallons went up close to 40%. So, bigger boats, fuller boats, not exactly sure what that would be.
Yeah, we would 25 gallons a pump out. I mean, that's a typical holding tank. Wonderful to have a pump out service. As I think I shared with you guys last year, most of us do find a way to pump out responsibly. We don't. So this is kind of a nice to have. Just like I said, the penetration for people out at on anchor, if you're only getting 3 a weekend, that seems pretty low to me.
And I think if there's a way, we can't force people to use our service, right? But we know there are patrols in the water of Liberty Bay. If there's, any encouragement from whomever.
If I can jump in, Andrea.
I guess I would say it a different way. There doesn't appear to be the need, because those of us that want to pump out do figure out how to pump out responsibly. Most of us are not opening the valves and going directly into the bay. And so that's I'm trying to equate the benefit to the need there. Sorry to interrupt, Jeff.
Oh, no problem, Doug. Go back to the conversation that we had with Mayor Stern on the water when we literally launched the boat for the first day we're breaking it in, and his new Marine Service officer. And also we talked with Rob a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and had an in-person meeting about some 80 identified boats out there currently, some potentially 22 live aboard, sneak aboards out there. for our operators, their business is not to go out and to really address people. What we have done in the South Sound, when we have that, is working with law enforcement, working with community members to say, this is available. You're living in this situation. So a way to address the visual impact of what's out there. Again, who can use the service? There's a flying flag. There's a VHF number. There's a wave me down. If they have a smartphone, there's all these ways to book. Obviously, just starting this program, it is in a pilot program in year 2, moving into year 3. So productions and numbers, meaning more and more are using it. You are definitely separating Liberty Bay as the city itself and the port itself. What I would suggest and hope to is continue those conversations with the Marine Service Unit and those people that they're just waving to and talking to, or those that are living aboard, them having initial contact and saying the service is available. And it's something that we spoke about with Rob. It's something that Mayor Stern, Councilmember Stern at the time, and we spoke about. And I'd love to push that forward. Obviously, in launching a program, you, again, are a regional partner, one of 4 that are supporting the greater West Sound. So the collaboration there and the dollar value there is beneficial to all your partners. But I think a way that I could see increasing that is having contact, communication, and some outreach to those people that are living aboard, as well as those that might not know that just drop anchor and they might have missed the first rotation when he came through in the morning or the evening. And that can be a way of the flyer, a door hanger, personal contacts. And we discussed it last year and never really had the opportunity to pursue it. But I think that's a viable way to get for those out at anchor, be it legally short-term, there to visit, or there illegally to, potentially use the service.
Okay, if you would tell me you were getting 20 a weekend and you're doing 400 to 500 pump outs a season in Liberty Bay, I'd be like, okay, it's making a difference. 3 a weekend with the number of boats at anchor, it feels like we have to your point, a communication challenge, or we need to do something different. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Newell. Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say is, I'll start where I was going to start. The first year you came, I was one that had a lot of questions and concerns, and part of it was because it was new and there was information I wanted, it just wasn't available. You have since answered those questions over the years, and I'm much more comfortable than I was in the beginning, and I'm happy with how that's all played out. I wanted to share that. And some of it was just kind of the partnerships, because I think we were first, and it was kind of, what about the others? And maybe they go first, but Poulsbo doesn't always have to be the tip of the spear, especially when it becomes to spending money. But like I said, I'm happy with where we got to, and I appreciate I think it was last year you gave me additional information, and I appreciate that. As far as additional partners, I was already thinking that, and particularly when we have our meeting with Suquamish next week, that they might be a good potential additional partner, because even if you're not stopping in their marina to do pump outs, they collect shellfish here in Liberty Bay and around the Sound, and they're very concerned about water quality. And so even if they're not going to directly use the service, they benefit from the service. So Suquamish might be a very good partner to reach out to.
Wonderful.
Would love the introductions, and thank you, Councilman Rexhart. I'm glad we were able to answer those questions. And again, what I had to bolster in starting in very small in Pierce County, growing to 3 counties, was building those partnerships to share the cost, but to bring the collaboration together. And that is what I see. So again, the introductions that you could add, and Andrew and I, again, for what we're doing here, what we do with the other municipalities, we're more than happy to go and present to whomever at any time. So appreciate it.
Councilman Tabor.
Two points. So just doing the math based on the 8,100 and the 60, so that's $135 per pump out for Liberty Bay. And that prevention's cheaper than dealing with active pump outs, or just so even if like 10% of those 60 are deciding to pump out illegally into the bay, it's worth it to me to prevent that. And then I just want to note on the conversation. I didn't know that in December 2024, a Navy contractor working for the Navy ruptured a Kitsap County sewer line in December 2024 with 130,000 gallons of sewage in Liberty Bay. I didn't realize that happened. Anyways, kind of similar related, but I would love to see these numbers, if we do support this, go up to ideally over 100 pump outs. So yeah, definitely interested in all the conversations going around about how to get the word out and encourage more use of this program.
Any last questions? Councilman Fitzpatrick.
So, naive new council member here. I'm trying to understand why you can't have something like the Kitsap Transit System where you have a small fee for the pump outs. Does it have to be free for it to be effective, or can we offset some costs with just, a small fee, $5 for your pump out, or just something that's not?
Sure, and let me answer that, and Andrea can add to it. So the Clean Vessel Act Fund is federally funded through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, available to all states. About 30-some states use it. State of Washington, since the 90s, gets about $2.5 million. With that, you cannot use other federal matching funding. So that eliminates other EPA or NOAA or other funding sources. You go to active state funding sources. With that in the program, and funny you came up with the $5, you can charge for that. That $5 then cannot be deducted back into your maintenance and operation, reclaiming your funds. So then you have an accounting kind of nightmare for operations that doesn't go to offset. So we look to build the partnerships to build the 25% match. And if you did the math, not all the partners adds up to it, the work that RBA does for free. So Andrea is an unpaid employee. My time right now as an RBA, even though I run a program, is to volunteer and put this forward. So the way the federal funding system has been set up since 1992, we can bring in more funds to augment and to build the program out. If we charge that $5, it goes against the program, and then there's an accounting issue of that tracking, holding, handling, depositing. I would say out of the pump outs that are paid for, so many pump outs in municipalities are paid for by CVA grants. The only one I know in the region is Tacoma Narrows Marina, and they charge $5 for it. And it's an accounting issue of, is that an incentive or a disincentivize? So the way that I have found over the last 6 years of running and starting programs is to bring on the partnerships to make that cost for total operations, but to make that federal match come down.
So Jeff and Andrea, I might be so bold as to suggest we contact fresh Congresswoman Emily Randall from the 6th Congressional District. It would give her something she could really latch onto. And on the other side of the spectrum, of course, we have our 2 senior senators, Cantwell and Murray, who can really do something about this. And I know that Environmental Protection in the Puget Sound, they helped with the Puget Sound Partnership back in the day of Congressman Norm Dix. This is something they could really sink their teeth into. So these CVA rules are not written in stone. They might have been out there since inception, but they're not written in stone.
We don't have time tonight, but I have a lot, Mayor Stern, that we can talk about. And I am touching bases on all those fronts, including with the Puget Sound Partnership, our legislature, the Washington State Pump Out Facility Assessment. So longer than you all have tonight. You've had a very long evening. I'll stop talking, but on a sidebar conversation, we are strategizing about all those ways and means.
Great. Enough said on that score. Any last comments for Jeff or Andrea? We will take it up, both our city administrator administratively with the Suquamish tribe, and then when Rick and I and Britt and Michael meet with the Suquamish Tribal Council next week, we can bring this up as well.
And we will also bring it up as part of the budget development for the next biennial budget. For 27-28. And just as a reminder, it comes out of the stormwater fees. That's how we've been paying for it. It's not been coming out of general fund dollars.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Jeff. Very
Thank you for your
informative.
time.
Thank you.
Can I throw in one comment, Mayor Stern?
Yeah.
Sorry. You mentioned the derelict vessels. The governor was taking $10 million out of the derelict vessel fund. And we were able to keep all those funds in there. So 10 million was going to be swept from the derelict vessel fund that you as.
Boy, I'm on the Public Works Board. I know about sweeps and diversions.
We fought hard to keep those
I bet
funds
you
in
did.
there.
Well
So,
done, Andrea.
Good partnership between us all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
We have an electronic troubleshoot we're gonna do between presentations. Brooks, our IT director, it'll only affect council laptops. But we can, with that said, give him a minute, and we are going to be moving on to the next item C, which is tsunami signage and awareness proposal. And I bet this is coming from Dan Schoonmaker. Dan, are you going to take any credit for J.R. Ritchie or just stay within the football mold?
Interactive.
Very cute. For those still watching on TV, that's our city administrator channeling Vanna White. You look very good, Rob.
All right, are we set?
So let's proceed. Our emergency planning director, Dan Schoonmaker, is going to address on tsunami warning. Dan, all yours.
Yeah, good evening. Let's talk a little bit about tsunamis in the city of Poulsbo. So this was one of the things that the previous mayor, Mayor Erickson, and city council asked me to look into. So studied some projections. We just got some updated projections not too long ago in impact for worst case scenario, which would be a Cascadia subduction event. And then we reached out to the state State Tsunami Project, and the project manager, Alyssa Tapero. She came up and spent a day up here kind of just talking about the layout and kind of just getting her advice on what we need in the city. So just so you know, this is, my apologies, it's probably not the best map to see yellow on a white background, but it is the map that we're working with. So based on a 9.0 Cascadia event, we do have some potential inundation throughout Liberty Bay. Not sure how, you can see a little bit darker, that darker yellow on the edges. So areas of high impact along the west bank of Liberty Bay, down along Front Street, Fish Park, Lions Park, Oyster Plant Park, are some of the most heavily areas of impact, all the low bank areas for obvious reasons. Some of the advantages we have with a Cascadia event is we will have a lot of time to get the word out. So hopefully people are signing up through Kitsap Alert or through the city's Nixle page. And also for this city, geography is in our favor. We don't have to move very far to be out of the inundation area. So really it's anything above Viking, at Viking Avenue or above. And then on the east side, if we get up to City Hall, 3rd Avenue, that area, we're good. Yes. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So the proposal that we want to brief you on tonight is pretty straightforward. We're going to focus signage in areas of the highest density, highest traffic. So we have, you can see the signs over here for Front Street. On both sides of Front Street, we're looking at doing the entering and leaving signs back to back. One up near Front in King Olaf, one on Jensen, just north of Front Street, and then on the other side coming in from Hostmark and Fjord area. And then we will also want to hit the third sign closest to me in the city parks that are likely affected the most. So actually 3 in Fish Park for the 3 different entrances: Nelson Park, Waterfront Park, Lions Park, and Oyster Plant Park. We're also going to reach out. I've already spoke with the director of Port of Poulsbo. They're interested in signage for their port, and also we'll reach out to Liberty Bay Marina and the Poulsbo Yacht Club to see if they're interested as well. So none of this signage alone is not going to be enough. So getting community education out to businesses along front, the residents all along the waterfront, and we'll do that through social media, some community events such as National Night Out, things like that, and then work on getting some print media that we can just get word out. So when they feel the shake, get to higher ground. We're doing the Preparing the Year program through social media right now. So hopefully people are following along with that. So they'll be ready to go if they need to. But we should have plenty of warning, plenty of time. Any inundation and a tsunami is bad, but we are considered a low to moderate risk area. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Dan, being an amateur historian, you probably know more than I do. Either it's Suquamish lore or recorded, and then the archaeological evidence. I think it was on or near the year 1700, a 15-foot tsunami was in the Agate Passage area. 15. Do you know much on that score?
I do not. So in this case, you know more than me, sir. But I'll definitely take a look into that.
Yeah. Questions of the council, Michael?
Well, are you telling us that's the last time we had one?
I'm just saying I have read and attributed to the Suquamish that were here through their oral histories that at that point in time or near that point in time, there was an event, and that I'm to understand imperfectly that through the Agate Passage itself, it was at the 15-foot surge level.
But since 1900, we have not.
Oh, 1700.
No, I know. I'm saying within the last 125 years.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah, okay. I was just going to point out that your tsunami hazard zone sign that's going to go on waterfront very much invites an F on the last word. So just be aware of that.
So more questions of the council. Doug, is Doug Newell still with us too? I want to make sure I don't overlook that.
Is the intent of public
I
works?
have no questions. Makes
Thank you,
sense.
Doug. Rick?
I was just, is the intent of public works is just gonna put all these out, or do we need to?
Public Works will put them out, yes. I should say that the signs were also provided to us by the state and are consistent with other signs around the state.
Did you say where the entering the orange sign is going?
Yes, one coming off of Hostmark and Fjord, one near King Olaf as you're coming down Front Street into downtown, and then one on Jensen coming into downtown.
Nelson Park on West Poulsbo?
Nelson Park, Fish Park, the three entrances, one off Lindvig, one off Bond, one off Viking, and then the other parks along the east side.
Great. Anything else for Dan? And are you prepared to hear this entertained at council? Business?
Does it need to be on the business, or can it just be on the consent?
Consent.
Pretty standard to me.
Rob, is this needing action at a business agenda, or is this a consensus item in the workshop?
I think this is just a matter of consensus, that if the council is good with it, we'll move forward with installation at the appointed locations and doing the outreach.
Pam?
I know that there's some folks that, no matter what type of promotion or marketing you do to direct them to information, I was curious if there's a possibility, if those signs are complete, I understand, of a QR code on the signs that would direct them to some informational pieces. And that if that window has closed, I do understand.
I think that's something we can certainly look into before installation. It's a great idea.
Council's good with us? We're good, Dan. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
And we're moving on to the, I believe, special events review, and that'll be Emily and Jeff. and they have quite a schedule in front of you in your packet.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. We do have quite an event schedule for you. So generally we would come to you the month prior to just introduce only June's events, but we have a new event that is being requested at the end of July that I wanted to highlight so that we can have that event owner feel confident in moving forward with their event promotions. So I'm actually going to start at the end of my list, which is the Putt-Putt Clash event that is taking place at Muriel Iverson Waterfront Pavilion and Park on Saturday, July 25th. This is a new event to Poulsbo. It has been hosted previously on Bainbridge Island, but the event owner is a Poulsbo resident and excited to bring this opportunity to Poulsbo and make it more available to the rest of Kitsap County. The event invites community members to sign up to build mini golf holes that will be placed on top of the grass. Nothing will be staked into the grass down at the waterfront park, but it is a fun STEM and engineering activity for our community members, and the public is invited to participate to view each of the 18 holes. They can buy tickets to play and also vote on the winner. So this is a new event that's being requested. We even have some of our public works partners, members who came in second place last year. So that's kind of fun. Yes.
Yeah, I know we had put a moratorium on new events in waterfront. What was the expiration on that?
That moratorium, okay, yes, I see what your question is, Councilmember Eckert. The moratorium has changed to seasonal use. So there's a peak season and an off season. And during peak season, which I'm doing this from memory right now, roughly April, May through the end of October, if I remember correctly, there are some restricted days during the middle of the week to allow 3 solid days. I believe it's Tuesday through Thursday. And then there's a couple events that are grandfathered in that have legacy, mainly after school, when school closes. This event doesn't fall on those restricted days. Great question.
Yeah, thank you for asking. They're expecting 18 participants to issue or to construct their mini golf holes and approximately 300 attendees. So that is scheduled for July 25th. They'll set up early in the morning and run their event through the course of the day. Yes, Pam.
Well, some of you might know that they were at the farmers market this last Saturday. I chatted with them, and of course I have my little guy with me, and I was showing Michael one of the structures. So it's quite intriguing. I hope to be down there, and it also has some creative component and STEM focus moments, encouraging folks to make entries and to create a little miniature, putt-putt moment. But I'm glad that this resident is bringing it to Poulsbo. I'm hoping it's going to be a yearly moment, and I can see it getting huge. That's the hope. But I just wanted to chime in and say that I had no idea about it and happened upon it at the farmer's market, and I'm trying to mark it on my calendar and encourage Michael to also join me.
Yeah.
That's a huge amount of vendors for pets. It must be a very strong business model.
Oh, Pets Walk.
Yeah.
Oh, different event. We'll get to that one too.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, we're still talking about the Putt-Putt Clash, but if there's no other questions about Putt-Putt Clash, I will restart at the beginning of June with the rest of our annual events.
Just an opportunity for the council to do community outreach and collaborate on one of those holes, right? I'm telling you, I'm putting the challenge out there. Okay, we can move on.
Very good. Very good. So I'll restart then with the rest of these events that I'll go through are annual events that have been hosted previously. So we do have Pets Walk coming up the first weekend in June 6th. They will have approximately 400 attendees and 85 volunteers. They will kick off with a walk that starts at Lions Park. They have a 5 mile and a 1 mile option. This is hosted by the Kitsap Humane Society. There will be a partial closure of Anderson Parkway just for some setup and porta potties in some of the stalls. They do expect over 30 vendors to be coming to set up at the waterfront park, and there will be kittens and puppies available for adoption. The setup will start around 6:45. The start time of the walk is 9 a.m. and they will be wrapping up around 2 p.m. on June 6th.
I have just a high level question for you, Emily or Jeff. As I go down this list, and of course there'll be more as the year goes by, is there any effort to redirect some of these events to other appropriate parks? And I'm thinking Fish Park, because we keep talking about Waterfront Park being loved so well, but there are capacities at other parks as a suggestion or a redirect, or do we give any thought to that, or we just accept the app from them without input?
At this point, the park use reservations, they can request where they want. I would expect that with the changes to parking, we are going to have event owners who will consider other spaces throughout the city.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Mayor. So what we're anticipating is, one, we now have, for the first time, we have some restricted use based on what council voted on earlier, put into motion, which is peak days, off-peak, not parking. I'm talking about just Merrill Iverson Williams Park. It can't be programmed every single day all year round. There's restricted use. So that's one part of it. The other part is when we talked with event organizers, and they may have specific needs and it doesn't make sense. And we can offer Robb Park as an example that has a larger space. Fish Park hasn't really come up because they need a space to gather, and there's that area by the hill below the salmon that's on the hill. But a lot of these event owners want walking distance, want people for visibility. We do mention that if it's appropriate. To Emily's point now, with paid parking in place, council will hear on May 20th, I have it teed up. Oh, excuse me. 2 proposals regarding paid parking for events, because every stall has a monetary value, right? $3 an hour in peak season, $1 in off season. And we feel that that's probably going to regulate some use for folks coming down and requesting, I need 60 stalls, what it might be. You're going to hear a little bit more about that with a proposal from staff on the May 20th before paid parking goes into place in June. That's what we have right now. We aren't steering people deliberately when that park is available if they like to use it.
That makes sense. Having attended the Earth Day event at Fish Park that I shared with council at the top of the meeting, I thought it handled the crowds pretty well. It had vendors up and down that main walkway, and it would afford, like for dog walkers, a myriad of different avenues instead of just on a street. It's just an idea, right? But again, the underlying premise being Waterfront Park, we appreciate it, loved so much, so well, so deeply, and so often, right?
And really, it's a model like that Earth Day, the third Earth Day, worked so well. People can say, I can see my concert here. I can see my outreach class here. And it's really just, if you build it, folks will come. And once you have a couple of those ideas. So we're starting to make that happen with Earth Day. It's a great example.
Yeah, Mayor, the one concern I would be encouraging too many things towards Fish Park is ADA access. You know, it's a non-developed park. Trails aren't paved. So we just have to be conscious of that. The mobility access for all of Fish Park is not there. So that would be my way, maybe, but definitely certain events, and maybe even Centennial Park, if it's like a Sunday event, because a lot of the businesses across the street are closed, and if they could work out parking. But that would be my initial fear, is just Fish Park's a little rough. It's an undeveloped park for a lot of it, and we want it that way. We don't want to go in there paving stuff just to push stuff that way.
And maybe as we move forward with paid parking and parking restrictions, that some of these other sites become more attractive to these proposers, in addition to the other amenities.
And you'll be hearing this summer, that's the new timeline, speaking with our legal counsel about some updates to the park code. Well, special event, the Poulsbo Municipal Code for special events, as well as our park rentals. And it could just be that folks don't know what we have or where they can go. And that's one of the things that we're tackling.
Thank you. The next couple events I'm going to cover, there are 2 picnics being hosted by North Kitsap School District, one for the 8th grade graduating class from Poulsbo Middle School, and also the Kitsap Senior Picnic for North Kitsap High School. Those events are both taking place at Robb Park so that the students can walk to the park from their respective schools. The high school senior picnic is on June 11th. And the Poulsbo Middle School picnic is on June 16th. So they're both midweek events where the students can walk. So there shouldn't be impacts to parking or the public for either of those events. Our next event is the Viking Tour, the annual event hosted by Poulsbo Rotary Club. It is a bike tour with 3 routes across North Kitsap, starting and ending in downtown Poulsbo. Their usage is about 35 parking spots in Anderson Parkway for event setup, bike storage, and also extra restrooms. And they are also setting up a beer garden. There will be a rolling road closure for the hosted by Poulsbo Police to kick off the race, but the race goers will kind of spread out across the routes as the day goes on.
There are 3 different routes, so
There are 3
they may
different
leave here within short sequence, but they spread out rapidly as far as Hansville.
And just for council, that's an annual event. The one change this year is it's going in reverse. So they are going to be coming. What that means is that they will be coming back and finishing down fjord and going through waterfront. So they'll finish with that nice waterfront view as opposed to coming down Hostmark and not Hostmark, 7 Hostmark Viking. And it gets really scary really quickly when riders are tired. And that's the change, just the direction.
Rick?
Just a thought for the future, just back to what we just talked about with parking spaces and value of spots and all that. Looking at the map and having all those spots taken away for bike racks. We have closed King Olaf in the past for things, like when the carousel was there. Maybe instead of bikes taking up all that parking, put the bike racks up along King Olaf.
Sure.
Just thinking, we got to start thinking, I think, about these parking spaces in a little different way. And not necessarily when these events happen, what's easiest, but maybe what's a little smarter. Because I'm just, like I said, I'm looking at that, and that's a good chunk of the north end of the parking lot that's being taken up just for folks to park bikes. Bikes can park in lots of places. So it's like King Olaf's right there.
It could be that some of these bikes are quite expensive and the owners wish to remain in visual proximity. I don't know, Rick. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, let's keep going. The next one is the Viking Midsummer Festival on Saturday, the 20th, and they will be hosting the annual event celebrating midsummer with a community raising of the midsummer pole. And there's no bonfire. This is set to end before 3:30 for that.
Anything else?
Nope. I think that's about it on that one. 250 attendees, 20 staff. Next festival is Makers Fair Festival, another annual event hosted by the Cultural Arts Foundation Northwest. Makers will set up vendor booths to sell their work. There's a wide variety of arts and entertainment to be displayed, as well as musical performances at the pavilion throughout the day. They expect to draw about 3,000 attendees across the weekend, and they will have 40 booths set up with their own private security to manage those booths over the evenings. Questions on Makers Fair? All right, we're going to continue on through July 3rd. There is a Declaration of Independence reading by the Sons of the American Revolution to celebrate America's 250th. They will set up in the waterfront park around 1:30. The start time of the event is 3 o'clock, and they expect to be finished by 4. About 100 attendees, 5 participants, and staff.
What time did you say again?
3 o'clock. No questions. Summer Nights at the Bay. Our concert series will kick off on July 4th. We heard about this earlier with the family picnic from 2 to 6 p.m. On July 4th. We have community partners and sponsors coming together to help host that event. And Rachel Cornette, our wonderful parks manager, is setting up the concert portion, and it'll be a kickoff to the summer concert series, which will continue on Tuesdays throughout July and August down at Waterfront Park, starting at 6 p.m.
And the band selection is amazing.
It's going to be really good. And so it'll continue on Tuesday nights throughout the summer from 6 to 8.
If I could expand for just a moment then for council. So this is actually Summer Nights at the Bay, but it's July 4th, right? It's a trial balloon to possibly restore a community-sized event moving forward on the 4th of July. The Summer Nights at the Bay, 3 of those organizations I listed at the top of the meeting are kicking in $1,000 each to move it to that Saturday event. And of course, there'll be other things like cotton candy and a Lions food vendor imagined. I don't want to go too far with this without Councilman McVey here, because he is the chair of the LTAC. But there is the potential of an opportunity, we're not sure yet, to offer at the end of this event during sunset or the dusk, a drone event. And what my thinking is on that is this is the last year of personal use fireworks. It will be banned starting in 2027. If we have an event, can there be a substitute for fireworks? Most people have not seen a drone event. This might be an opportunity in a year when people can still light off their own fireworks to see a community event that's not fireworks based. The thought being, though, putting this together on short notice by next year, there would be sponsors just like the traditional 3rd of July had Courtesy Auto Group, had Safeway, had Central Market vying for banner position in promoting these events. This year, short time frame and trying to put it together on short notice. So there was some talk of would LTAC, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee that we talked about during Al Jalin's Visit Kitsap presentation, be able to consider seeding this event to promote it in the next year and demonstrate to the community the viability of an alternative to fireworks. One of the wrinkles is when the LTAC was first put together, Community Services Committee of this city council helped structure it. And at that time, that was myself, longtime serving Councilwoman Connie Lord. The reserves that are in LTAC were intended for off-cycle, one-off events potentially that would be unique. It's never happened in the history of LTAC, and the reserves have just been carried forward as if it was a reserve for replacement. I have no idea if this can be put together in short time frame or what have you, but I just wanted to paint a bigger picture where it just says Summer Nights by the Bay here on this sheet tonight. Britt?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought is that I think the comment of it being a community-focused event is at odds with using LTAC funds, which inherently have to involve advertising to people over 50 miles away. So, I mean, it not saying it's not possible, it just makes it an entirely different focus on an event. You know, there's still the natural limitation of people having to choose between other local events, but to use LTAC funds, you have to be focused on bringing people in from other places.
Britt brings up a good point. This is being done on the fly on short notice. I think we're all here the night. The comment and public comments came at us at City Council, but we're not doing anything. So just trying to be responsive, right? And just historically, the 3rd of July fireworks event was originally secured by the city when the Navy stopped doing it at Keyport for its sailors. And that first year, the city just kind of hauled it over here so it wouldn't be lost. And after that was picked up in sponsorships. So I'm not sure this qualifies as seeding for a community event or not. Just some perspective on it. Rick.
Yeah, just point of information for this conversation going forward. I noticed that Port Orchard had on one of their city agendas the discussion of putting a fireworks ban advisory vote in their city as well. So
Well, I had a conversation with Port Orchard and they were like, it just feels like if nobody else is doing it, then it won't be successful, but they want to do it. So
yeah,
I'm
they
really
mentioned it
excited they're doing
some of them a year ago, and we're waiting to see what we did. But I noticed it on one of their agendas. I haven't watched the meeting to see how that went yet, but so
But generally
the pressure going forward is going to be less and less of the cities have this.
I mean, Doug was just showing some drone footage. It's pretty cool. So, I mean, generally speaking, I support like trying to do that. It just seems like this year might be coming up too
We're
fast.
just trying to scramble and respond to the community, and then that 250th kind of suddenly focus. So I put a lot of effort into it, but there were a lot of organizations behind it. But it has been like trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat for the community, certainly. Jeff, any comment from your end?
No, I think the Councilmember McVey, waiting for him because I know he had perspective. That would be the next conversation.
One last one. We already covered putt-putt, right? Great. Anything else, Jeff or Emily? Jeff?
Yes, we did have one late submission annual event that just missed the deadline to make it into Granicus, which is the June Tunes event that's hosted by West Sound Academy. So Jeff will come and present on the 20th regarding that annual concert that they host at the end of their June term.
Right.
You just don't have the information in your packet.
So you'll have it in the packet on the 20th. And the reason that we're just mentioning it today is that they missed the deadline. And one of the things is they will have to pay the late fee, but when they're past the deadline, we're not supposed to be accepting these, right? And so in chatting we're updating the Poulsbo Municipal Code and chatting with legal, we thought this was a really good opportunity to say, well, basically from here on out after this one, we do not do exceptions. And there's legal guidance on this. I just want council to be aware of. It creates due process concerns when you can get some people an exception after the 45-day, after the late fee, when we're past that. Why did they get it and someone else didn't get it? It's also a really big burden on staff time when you saw that. And so there's a direct cost to taxpayer funding because staff have to now scramble on this. This is what we chatted with legal to see, well, how can we help folks? And also, how do we make sure that folks are meeting deadlines? And we have structures and systems I won't get into today. But why you're seeing this one being an exception is from here on out, really no exceptions because of the, again, due process concerns, equity and fairness issues about some maybe getting preferential treatment, and it creates this really large burden. Departments have to put aside other work. So we just want to bring that up. So that way, if you hear of one in the future, because it does happen, people forget. Or there's some circumstance, and if they grab your ear and say, hey, we want an exception, we don't grant those exceptions. Hence we have that legal guidance that be helpful. We're trying to figure ways. But folks just need to apply 90 days early, and if not, they have up to 45 if it's not a road closure. That's what other cities do. That's where we are.
Any questions or clarifications for Jeff? Thank you, Jeff and Emily.
Thank you.
Well done.
Appreciate it.
Our well-loved waterfront park. And we are moving on. On the agenda, we have the website redevelopment project. Brooks?
Good evening, council. Everyone's favorite budget amendments. After a long year plus, we have decided to go with Civic Plus, much like many of our neighbors, including Bainbridge Island and Bremerton. Their public accessibility advancements are just far greater than any other provider that we looked at. And then the reason why we have a budget amendment here is because improved workflow capabilities, we are going to be able to eliminate a fair amount of the PDF forms that people have to fill out. And then we're also going to streamline how people or how we get information to and from each other. And then the other piece that's new this year with Civic Plus is a product called Doc Access. And that's going to convert PDFs, et cetera, to an HTML format to allow readers to be able to, for ADA compliance and ADA accessibility. So just think of it as we're streamlining the experience for the public and staff alike. So that's all I've got. No presentation or anything like that.
Question for Brooks. Rick?
Yeah, just how do these work with records retention on the back end? Is that all tied together then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So, and that's the beauty of this service. They are focused on municipal government. So that, and all the providers that we looked at were, so.
So
Rip.
consent, I don't have questions.
Oh.
Yeah,
Consent.
consent for next week.
Ready for the business agenda.
Consent.
Consent.
Consent agenda on the business agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
Both are true.
Regular agenda, yes.
Both are true. At this point in the evening, right, Michael? All three. And City Administrator Rob Gelder.
Thank you. It's always great to sort of be the last on the agendas. Kind of, I'm the sweeper, but I know this next topic everyone's been dying to talk about. Sorry, I had to do that. If you recall, on March 4th, we actually had public comment from an individual who really wanted to, we have limitations in terms of the number per code, only 2 cemeteries in the city limits, not able to expand those. So it's at First Lutheran and the Poulsbo Municipal Cemetery. So there's no way to go out. There's no way to expand. The only place to go is up. But there might already be people there. Anyway.
Is that a pun?
Pardon?
We assume all our residents go up because we're a good community.
We're a good community. Yes, we are planning for GMA in many ways, but so basically what the request was for the council's consideration of allowing columbariums to be as a way of expanding because you cannot go out. So this very minor proposed code change would actually do that. So it amends section 2.76130 cemetery expansions prohibited. So basically in the second sentence, no additional cemeteries may be created within the city, nor shall existing 2 cemeteries be expanded, provided that either existing cemetery may install columbariums. So what it does, this change is just enables it, doesn't mean it's going to happen. Because if I put on the other hat of being sort of a steward of the cemetery, there are large operational impacts potentially for us to do that. So it's a whole different type of business. Not only would you have to have the funding to actually construct it, you would actually have the staffing to open, close, and actually utilize that type of structure. So it's not a green light that all of a sudden we're going to erect one in the cemetery. So any questions?
Questions of the council, Michael?
Yeah, I've got a couple. The first is, the bigger one is, I was sort of wondering what the building limits are with respect to the city's code. I mean, we're not adding anything in here about restrictions on the type of columbarium you build, but I assume that's because there are other parts of the code that would limit what can be built, because columbariums come in many shapes and sizes and they can be very large. And I was thinking about these 2 cemeteries, and I don't think we want large visual obstructions. So I'm hesitant to support this unless you tell me that other parts of the code will take care of the concern.
I cannot tell you that at this point in time.
Okay.
But I can find out and get back to you.
And then second question was just, is there an intention by the city to make this change known? Or is it just something we want on the law in case an individual asks, but we're not going to advertise it?
Someone did inquire.
Right, somebody did inquire, but an individual, but I'm saying, are we going to announce that columbariums are now an option?
Well, it's really only 2 property owners. It's First Lutheran Church and ourselves. And so
so it's more about them being informed, and then they can communicate with potential.
And or if there are community members who are interested, then they can work with them or us to potentially develop the resources necessary to implement one. It is not on our work plan. It's not on our capital facilities plan or anything like that. It was purely in response to public comment. So if council is in support of it going forward and I can find more information prior to bringing it back,
That's one thing. If it is not something that you want to entertain, that's okay as well.
Just for my colleagues, I will support if there's some kind of building restriction.
I mean, generally on the code, like 35 feet is the height limit unless you put a parking garage underneath, which I think is not the kind of thing we're talking about. So, or is it?
Yeah.
35 feet is the height limit.
But I'm not sure you want a 35-foot columbarium. And that's the question. What exactly do you want people building there?
Would that be a columbarium for NBA players or what?
That's some.
Yeah, I think kind of go with what Michael suggests. I think before we kind of finalize this, having some more information on limits, because if a family buys 5 or 6 plots side by side and wants to put it up private, like they're going to fundraise it, they're going to put in, what would the limits be on what they could do? So yeah, with city, we're not planning to put in anything like down in, I can't think of the cemetery right now, Green, right outside of Bremerton, or at the edge of Bremerton.
Woodlawn or whatever.
Yeah. But if a family wants to do something, we probably should have some idea of what's okay, what's the limits. And if we don't yet, we should probably have that before we say go forth.
So do know that right now we are looking to identify, we need to actually survey for some additional plots in sort of the lower area and to make sure that we address some potential changes on the landscape of the Knoll Road project or sorry, the cult. So that's going to happen. And I also realize that we have a good number of spaces for cremains still. So it's not like we are out of capacity. This is just a different type of capacity. So we will get more information and come back and just let you know about the restrictions.
Yeah, and Rob, I suspect you've read this much closer than I have. I only stumbled across the code a couple years ago going, we have code on cemeteries. But isn't there something, we don't allow headstones in our cemetery anymore, do we? Oh, it's only the markers?
We don't allow tall ones. Katie knows more than I do on the.
So, but a columbarium would be above the surface. So it almost feels like it's inconsistent with our limitations on not allowing traditional headstones anymore.
On that one, they don't. Oh.
I lost Rob, you out, or can you hear me?
We've lost our mics. I'm just going to. Okay.
Mine
We're back.
Now we're back. So, right, I think that we will do a crosswalk with our other sections of code to see whether or not it may be something where we're currently silent just because we haven't had them on the books. So we may not have had a need to create the regulation, but we'll follow up and bring that back. I'll probably just bring back an update in my comments at a future meeting as opposed to another workshop item.
Yeah. And that's fine. I just, from the standpoint of just trying to be consistent, if we don't allow traditional headstones, everything has to be lower. I assume that's because of maintenance, being able to mow around the areas and stuff. So,
yeah,
all right.
And that's
more to follow.
True, and that's my understanding of just the structure itself. It takes a higher level of staffing to be able to operate it and manage it. So, more to come. Appreciate it.
Just to know for the record, we did allow for the first time a structure in the cemetery some 10 years ago. And that was the pavilion, the small pavilion. It stands about 10 feet tall, approximately. And that is in the lower area. So if we were to give some consideration, that's already a precedent for scale, not to exceed, I would think. And it would certainly land in the level lower area, which has no graves on it. It's like a tiny meadow right by the parking area. So those are just some idle thoughts. Katie, is there anything you want to clarify as far as maintenance and keeping headstones down? I know you helped keep the records on that for years.
Yeah, so you can't have a raised headstone unless you've bordered your plot
So you have to put the cement border around it to be able to have a raised headstone. All the other ones have to be down in ground level so they can mow over the top of them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
All right.
No. Yes.
Excuse me, parking lease with the Port of Poulsbo, Rob, and I note that James Weaver, the port manager, is in the audience.
Yes, and I appreciate James being here. We've been in conversations for several months now, and we're looking for the appropriate vehicle, whether it was a joint use agreement, or in this case, we've actually settled upon a lease as the format for doing this. But as the port desires to be able to utilize some of the areas around, as you know, the upland property, that basically their parcel is the structure that's there. And then the city has the remaining of the property south of the waterfront park. So they do have needs operationally for some parking spaces, as well as being able to use it for fuel deliveries, you name it, et cetera. So the lease that is drafted and for your consideration is sets the market rate per space based on what we've heard as a going market rate right now, about $130. That would restrict for 5 specific spaces, so that reaches the $650 per month. But does allow for consideration by the city administration, an offset of that monthly rate based on what contributions may be in-kind contributions from the port in terms of maintenance, upkeep, et cetera. So those terms are in the draft lease. And of course, it does not supersede any of the requirements of the Land and Water Conservation Fund covenants that do go with the property. But this would allow and provide, in partnership with the city and the port some greater flexibility for programming that area around their facilities, whether it's boater education, whether it's events, et cetera. And James, I don't know if there's anything in addition you would like to add. Then come on up and.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. James Weaver, Port Manager. And this lease is a continuation of essentially our partnerships as the port and city moving together on the waterfront. This entire area was created from a partnership from the city and the port with RCO grants to create that seawall, fill in Anderson Parkway, and create a wonderful waterfront park that we so heavily use every single summer. This area was omitted from the LAZ enforcement area as part of that contract. The port has informally managed this area as best possible. Enforcement has been a challenge because it is city property and we have had to call the police for every towing or every blockage for our fuel deliveries or any specific issues. What we see is the amount of time and effort and expense in that management is something that this partnership saves the city, because we can easily call a tow truck if we are in this lease and just deal with that immediately with our staff. We've been maintaining those lots for the beautification and for access for the public to access the park. We've added a handicap parking space, 2 30-minute parking spaces. They're not just for the port, but serve the park, and has been heavily used by people loading and unloading for picnics, for the events. We see this part as a partnership, and yes, it's a lease, but there's contributions we both do on behalf of the city and the port. And I think this is the best solution for us to move forward, saves the city money, provides better product for our citizens, and helps the port and management of that upland space. So we've been working together almost 5 months on this to really meet all your other requirements, especially with all the parking changes. And we think this is a great solution.
And it has been reviewed by our council as well as our WCIA for our insurance purposes as well. The hope would be if council is agreeable to place it on the consent agenda for the meeting on the 20th, so that I think it could be potentially inked in advance of the festival happening at the end of the month.
That would be wonderful.
Great. Rick, go ahead.
So the map shows there's 8 spaces in that area covered. You said this is for 5. So I just wanted to clarify which
Right.
which
so
ones we're looking at. And then the enforcement for the remaining 3, because as you said, we don't have enforcement for that. So kind of what the plan is for the remaining 3, because we don't want to just sort of leave a little area kind of hanging out there on its own.
I can address that if you like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So the enforcement would be for the entirety of the lease space, and that would be by the port, even though public use is provided for the 3 spaces and the 1 city space that was remaining. It's dedicated to solely city use, either fire or not fire, excuse me, it's not city facility, but public works and police use it more heavily than anything. So the port would be the one calling tow trucks, doing discussions with each individual that's parking there, we call them notifications. They're not citations. We don't have that authority. But we also would do ultimate towing and resolution. And that's completely on our staffing. The other spaces are public use that with the port. So any public entity that's using port facilities, which is also a public agency, would have access to those parking spaces.
So,
Those
like,
are the 5.
Basically, you're just tending to do this kind of through signage and then just.
Correct.
Okay.
Signage and passes and enforcement by port staff.
Okay. And then my other question, you mentioned that rate. By setting this rate for these spaces, is that locking us into that's our rate for what our parking spaces are worth? Or, like, are we setting a precedent by using a specific dollar amount for this lease to the rest of the lot, Front Street, et cetera?
On some levels, it's setting the current market rate based on what other private spaces are being currently leased for. So to the extent that it sets a moment in time, but that's constantly changing. So it depends on when we have a conversation about the value of a space down the road as to how much time has elapsed from this to that. It would probably have to be reevaluated.
Okay, I'm thinking about special events and streeteries. And so it's just, are we, like I said, are we setting a precedent that needs to lead into those? Or if, you said if enough time elapses, is this
Go ahead,
something
Brett.
Heather and Emily will figure out, or, I just wasn't sure.
Yep.
I don't know. To me, it just seems like big picture wise, you're leasing these on a continuous basis. That seems a little different than a special event for a weekend. Yeah, well, that's true. Okay. But
no, those are good questions. And as we morph into those other topics, we would take that into consideration.
I'm still okay with it going to consent. I don't need an answer on that before that. It was just a thought, because like I said, streeteries is something we've got on the to-do list to discuss. So
They help to look at the term. It is a fairly short term, and this is some of a pilot project to see how it runs. As we move through this, there's an opportunity to reevaluate, and we can come back to the table and discuss with the city. Again, we're a partner in this whole process. We're looking for solutions, and that's what this was intended to be.
You wish this on the business agenda for discussion or on the consent agenda for action? Okay. We're good. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
So that completes the workshop agenda portion of the evening. We have questions and concerns of the council and continued public comment. I will call for public comment, but there is no public remaining. I want to note that. Oh, Mr. Weaver. He's took off one hat and put on another. Mr.
calling for
I have
public
a-
comment.
I have
and
a
if you would
concern
state
before
your
we move to
name.
public comment though,
Yeah.
please. It keeps rearranging the agenda.
Do you want to just wait for the council?
Well, it's a concern of the council specifically. It's not a council comment, so I'd like to
Hold
do
on,
it
James.
at the
Absolutely. Any
appropriate point on the
questions or-
agenda.
I thought we didn't have public. Are there any questions or concerns of the council per the agenda sequence?
Yes, I have.
Yes, Rick.
So on this year's budget, we allocated for a code enforcement officer. It's now May. And the council has not heard anything towards hiring a code enforcement officer. And I know there are some other personnel issues, but even if we were to go out today, we're halfway through the year before someone would be on board. I certainly still see weekly examples of the need for this. And so we're going to be at least July before we have one. And so it's a concern because, I mean, I've sent you a few messages on things I see. Yeah. And so we all identified it as a need. We see the need and I really, we need to get that out there. We need to get that position filled and working. So.
Rob, would that best be handled on upcoming council workshop agenda?
We can handle it as a workshop item or just as an update. We have been talking internally about how to best approach it. There are the best for success that we have identified that we need to make some code updates to be really successful in that. So it's one of those chicken and egg. A little bit, do we try to fix the code prior to actually filling that position? Or we've even talked about, can we start off on a part-time basis to sort of kind of phase that in? So we're still chewing on that, but we're not at a point of actually putting out a job posting and hiring somebody.
At the right time, Rob, let's put that on a workshop agenda so that we can all kind of look at it together.
Sure.
Does that sound good, Rick?
I'm confident that you and Rob will work through it and hire somebody. I just really want to see it happen. Because like I said, I still see plenty of examples of our need. And we get into the financial conversation of, where we get to mid-year and we under budget and we could have hired. And this is going to be an example of where we've allocated for a year of a salary that we have not used half of. And now, and we went below policy when we budgeted this year, which now this will probably even that out. And it's going to look like we expressed a concern that was not valid when we went below policy, but it's because we didn't hire. So I really just want to see it happen. I don't necessarily know that I need a brief.
I fully understand. The last time we hired up police, the council approved it in the previous year's budget and it wasn't acted on till well after the midpoint of the year, you might remember. So it's not without precedent the way these things are approached, depending upon personnel and other regulatory or code, even though they exist in the budget. So I'll just rely on the city administrator to advance it as a discussion item at the appropriate moment. So we all look at it together. Any other questions or concerns of the council?
Technically, yes, but I will wait until after for the council comments so that Mr. Weaver can make
No,
his.
go ahead.
public-
We're.
No, this will be a bit of a conversation. So go ahead.
If you'd state your name for the record.
Gladly. James Weaver. I live on 19140 Viking Way. 2 parcels outside the city limits. I'm representing the Port of Poulsbo and following up on one item. I'm cognizant that it's a late meeting. You've been through a lot. I got to go home and listen separately, but on following the RBOD discussion of the pump out, we are a partner in that. We are contribute as much as the city. Many of those vessels, and there have been as many as 85 at one point in Liberty Bay. A number of them may be pumping in directly into the water. They are not equivalent to some of the activities that our upstanding good boaters are practicing. And the free pump out system is welcomed by them. Some of them, every one of those at some point come into the port. And often when they are coming into the port to fill water, to fill up with fuel, or any of the necessary things they have to do on a regular basis. We advertise heavily that while they're in our guest moorage, that they utilize the free pump out system. So geographically, it may be the port, it may be while they're at anchor, but the reality is we are all improving the environment of Liberty Bay with that program. And it is groundbreaking. You heard from the 3 counties are not removing as much waste as we are here in Liberty Bay. The success of this program has been looked at not only with our state, but also starting to emulate with all the marina and harbor directors down in Oregon. We're seeing it as a success for environmental concerns. And then lastly, we're looking for a potential partner for that 3rd section. And I believe if the stormwater funds for Poulsbo are being utilized, the majority of Liberty Bay is actually county, and county stormwater funds may be one that could be targeted as well. That could be a joint approach to see if we get additional partnerships in county stormwater. So that's the idea. We're in this hand in hand with you. It's a very successful program. So lastly, we have our quarterly newsletter I'd love to hand out. And it's something we're proud of, and it tells about all the things that are happening on the waterfront. So
If you could just hand that to our assistant city clerks, you'll see it's distributed. And we thank you, James.
thank you again.
And we're back to questions and concerns of the council. I know, Mr. Fitzpatrick, you've reserved one.
I apologize if this requires a few last minutes. I want to make sure Britt gets to her bet for how late we would go. But I support a stern mayor, but I also want to make sure that I understand the mayor's comments earlier. And potentially because I might be one of the offending council members. So I can speak for myself. I have no idea what my colleagues have been doing. I've sent 2 emails since we passed the parking program to the mayor with very localized suggestions that felt time sensitive. So I had 2 questions for you. You said at one point in your comments that council needs to coordinate rather than sending a lot of tweaks and feedback, but my understanding is we can't coordinate. And so I'm a little unsure of what we're supposed to do. I have no idea what my other colleagues are doing, and I intentionally don't ask. And secondly, I have been told by the city administrator that, once we start spending money and making decisions, we're kind of committed to things, and we don't want to be walking things back and costing more money to the city. So it was my thought of it's better to make some of these tweaks before we commit, because then it might be harder to make those changes later once we've spent money on signage and other changes. So this is not to challenge, this is to ask for clarification of what precisely you and the staff need.
So on a broad level, and then I'll get granular to your specific point. The council is policies and priorities, and then we translate that into budget. And then it's the job of the administration and the city to execute on that. At that point, on a high level, the council's not involved in the day-to-day operation of the city, right? That's RCW that defines our roles. You can come back and revisit policy and then amend and we implement. What I'm finding then on the granular level on the ground is, and I'll characterize it, as council has interacted with citizens, businesses, and other interested parties in an earnest attempt to listen and be responsive, carrying back individual bits of feedback. This person thought this business might want that, this might make more sense. And it's beginning to impact your original directive where staff is putting a lot of time and effort into figuring this out. They also can build an airplane on the fly and would ask you to trust them to implement that. So really, to answer you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, it's that fine line between policy, priorities, and budget, and then allowing the city to conduct that. Otherwise, we're beginning to cut into staff where it's affecting their ability to carry out, they're second guessing, they're stutter stepping. And I'm not sure that's the most effective way. Yes, we're in new ground, but let's give a chance for the staff and the administration to implement what we heard, and they are already fine tuning as they go along.
Well, I'll speak just for the benefit of my colleagues. I have only sent my letters to the mayor with the belief that you have the discretion to know what to pass on to staff and what should be held in abeyance. And yes, it's abeyance, not abeyance. And so that's it. For the public that's watching, that's an inside joke between me and the mayor. But I hope that if anybody else from the council besides me has sent in any feedback, and like I said, for me, it's just 2 letters, and I'm happy to make that publicly known.
Allow me to alleviate you of some of your concerns.
Well, I want to say I trust you. That's why I sent you those letters, so that you can protect the staff as needed.
There are others copying Mr. Gelder and perhaps others, I can't recall clearly off my head, and they want to respond and desire to respond naturally in their position to be responsive, but it does cause a lot of checkup, right? And so it's like a question of how many chefs in the kitchen. Let's give a chance for the recipe you've ordered to be worked on, and they certainly bring an understanding. They're hearing, they're catching feedback too, but where it interferes with or a surety on implementing and taking the next step, I get a little concerned. Doug?
I think overall you can concur, though, that if the council has stuff that they want to get to staff, it's fine to send to you with Rob CC'd and then let it go from there to get filtered as needed. And then unless we want to bring it up in front of the whole council at a workshop, that's all.
There we are.
And I think a lot of us are experiencing right now is there's still a lot of misinformation out in the community about what this program is, where it's going. And so I know some of us have tried to talk to folks to alleviate concerns, to get real information out there, and it's not going well. I mean, as great as the infographic that was put together is, people read it and somehow completely don't understand what it says and go off in a whole other direction. So, I mean, there's still a lot of talk about what's going on that is, a good percentage of it is just not right about what we're doing and what we've done and what we're planning. So it's just, someone's just trying to calm folks down. And I mean, I literally was standing at work filling my water bottle and had contractors working around the corner doing drywall. And I heard, and can you believe they're charging $3 an hour? They're going to make employees pay. And I waited until they finished. I leaned around the corner. And I said, by chance, are you talking about Poulsbo? Yeah. Could you? And ended up having a conversation with guys while they were drywalling and cleared it up because I just ran into it, so there's just a lot out there that we're trying to tamp down.
Britt?
More.
Any other questions or concerns of the council? Mr. Newell, anything? Appreciate your feedback. Appreciate you working with the city. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Object? No objections.